Chapter 123. The auction proceeded very quickly, and Lin Xian made several bids in the later stages of the auction. He was targeting some rare herbs and some particularly practical magic crystals and magic scrolls. However, he didn't pay a lot of gold. He understood the true meaning of auctions. He could always get a bargain. This VIP auction originally had a total of 36 items. With the addition of the heaven-defying magic dragon's magic crystal, it became 37. As time passed, it was time for the last item to be auctioned. The next item to be auctioned is the last item of today's VIP auction. It is also our final treasure. Let us welcome Miss Feng Ling Air. Just like the heaven-defying magic dragon's magic crystal, a golden light descended from the sky. Feng Ling Air, dressed in a white dress, once again appeared in front of everyone. However, this time, she didn't push a cart onto the stage. Instead, she held a long box with both hands. The box was covered with a red cloth, and she slowly walked onto the stage. Although it was covered with a red velvet cloth, the size of the box could be seen. The rectangular box was about 4 feet 5 inches long and a foot wide. It looked very large. Although she was tall and slender, she was very thin. Feng Ling held it in her hands, giving off a delicate and pitiful feeling. It is a treasured sword that has been stained with the blood of countless demons. It had once created an epic and magnificent legend. The holy light once shone because of it, but the proud sword chose to seal itself after its master fell. Endless Night's sorrowful voice resounded through the entire venue. Her face clearly revealed a trace of sorrow. There wasn't a trace of artifice, as if her current emotions were completely from the bottom of her heart. This is a sword of glory, a divine sword filled with glory and legend. The owner who put this sword up for auction here has a very important request. That is, the bidder must be able to remove its seal and pay 20 million gold. Otherwise, no matter how much the bid, it will not be auctioned off. Endless Night gave a somewhat melancholic smile and said, "Speaking up to here, everyone should have already guessed what our final item for today's auction is. This isn't the first time it has appeared here, but every time it is not auctioned off because of additional conditions. As an auctioneer and an admirer of this godly sword, I really hope that I can find a fated person for it today. If there is really a distinguished guest who can break the seal, then the auction house is willing to pay 1/3 of the total cost, as a tribute to the divine sword." Lin Xian whispered in surprise. "Fixed price auction?" Long Haochen asked, "What is a fixed price auction?" Lin Xian said, "This is an extremely rare form of auction. The price of the auction item is fixed. In other words, anyone who offers a certain price can buy it. However, the problem is that this kind of auction will have other conditions attached to it. Only when the bidder meets the conditions attached can they qualify for the auction. The auction items that could be accepted by the Holy Alliance Grand Auction House for a fixed price were definitely outstanding. I think this sword is at least at the peak of the legendary level. It's even possible." While they were talking on the stage, Endless Night had already lifted the red cloth, revealing a simple and unadorned wooden box. The wooden box was a reddish-brown color. There weren't too many gorgeous patterns on it, only a copper edge. An ancient and unadorned aura spread out, showing that it was already very old. The auction hall had already quietened down. It seemed like many of the distinguished guests recognized this auction item. The atmosphere was somewhat stifling. "Niece Endless, how about I buy it? Although I still can't break the seal, after I buy it, I will definitely do my best to let this godly sword see the light again. How about it?" The one who spoke was precisely the bidder in VIP room number 3 with a deep voice. Endless Night's expression was mournful as she shook her head. "Apologies, I understand your intentions. However, I must see it shine again here. This is my grandfather's wish. Endless won't hide it anymore. The seller of this sword is actually me. This godly sword was once used by my grandfather's grandfather, which is also the weapon that my grandfather ancestor Xian once used. Before my grandfather died, his greatest wish was to be able to break the seal on this godly sword and let its light once again shine in this world. It would be best if it could continue drinking the blood of demons. Only then would it live up to the might of this godly sword. If any distinguished guest has the ability, you can come up and give it a try. The prerequisite is that you must be a class with the light attribute. As long as you can break the seal, even if you have to pay in installments, I can accept it. While speaking, Endless Night turned around and slowly opened the wooden box. Gloomy, solemn, sorrowful, deathly silent. When that heavy sword placed in the wooden box was presented in front of everyone, Long Houchen unexpectedly felt these four kinds of negative emotions appear. That was a completely black heavy sword. Its style was very simple and elegant. The entire sword was about 4 feet and 2 inches long. The sword hilt was 1 foot and 2 inches long, and the blade was 3 feet long. The blade was 4 fingers wide. The sword hilt and blade were one, as if they were carved out of a special metal. The most peculiar thing was that the blade was very thick and edgeless. On its surface, there were faint, dark cloud patterns. The tip of the sword wasn't sharp, but there was actually a black bead there. It didn't emit any powerful aura, only a simple and unadorned vicissitudes. But everyone could feel that within this gloomy and solemn aura, this heavy sword contained a deep foundation. No one went up on stage, but everyone maintained their silence to show respect for this godly sword. The silence made the atmosphere even more oppressive. Those who should have tried had already tried. There was once a 9th-step knight who came here for this heavy sword, trying to make it shine once more. But that 9th-step knight failed. Even a 9th-step knight couldn't make this godly sword shine once more. Who else was willing to go up on stage and make a fool of themselves? The sadness in Endless Night's eyes became even more intense. He faintly sighed and slowly closed the wooden box. I'm very sorry I made everyone feel sad because of Endless Night, but I believe that one day it will find its new master. Today's auction will end here. Endless Night apologizes to all the distinguished guests. Wait a moment. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out. A person slowly stood up from his seat in the front row. Miss Endless, may I ask the name of this godly sword? That clear voice slowly said. Endless Night shook her head. My apologies, distinguished guest. My grandfather once said that unless this godly sword shines once more, we cannot mention its name again. She could hear that this person's voice was very young. She only thought that the other party was curious about the godly sword. Feng Ling Er had already turned around, preparing to take this mysterious heavy sword and leave. The people participating in the VIP auction also stood up one by one, preparing to leave. The only ones who didn't move were the general level 21 monster hunters, because the one who stood up and asked this question was their leader, Long Houchen. I'm willing to give it a try. Long Houchen's clear voice once again rang out in the auction hall. The entire audience was silent for a second. Immediately afterwards, noise accompanied Long Houchen, who had become the center of attention for tens of thousands of people, rang out. What reverberated in the auction hall the most was that one sentence, "Don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Endless Night's charming face revealed a trace of astonishment. Looking at that masked youth, she was slightly dazed. However, out of professional habit, she very well hid her current emotions and forced out a trace of a smile. Since it's like this, distinguished guest, please come up. However, can you first prove your stats? Sure. Long Houchen indifferently said. Close your eyes. He said the last 2 words to his companions. Immediately afterwards, a resplendent light suddenly blossomed from behind Long Houchen. In that instant, the entire auction hall was actually illuminated by the light. The wave of exclamations almost lifted the roof of the auction hall. That instant of golden light was simply too dazzling. The dense light attribute aura swept away the gloominess of the audience. But because the golden light was too strong, many of the people in the back row were momentarily blinded. Luckily, the golden light only flashed for a moment. Practically no one clearly saw how the golden light was emitted. Endless Night and Fengling, I didn't see it clearly either. In the instant that the resplendent golden light blossomed, they all subconsciously closed their eyes. Only the general level 21 monster hunters, people, could feel the spiritual wings released by Long Houchen. Even under the sunlight, Long Houchen's 4 wings could emit a piercing golden light, let alone in this dark place. This was also why Long Houchen had his companions close their eyes. At the same time, the release of this golden light made those who doubted him shut their mouths. Endless Night's eyes revealed an intense shock. The depths of her eyes were filled with even more shock. Her own attribute was also light. Because of this, her understanding of light was even deeper. Just now, she clearly felt the intensity of the light released by Long Houchen. Even though she didn't see how Long Houchen released the resplendent golden light, based on her judgment, this should at least be something that a rank 7 Temple Knight could do. Moreover, it was very likely that he had to activate the glorious body of light in order to condense the light attribute spiritual energy to such a high degree. But in that instant, he was able to release the glorious body of light. Moreover, from his voice, he was only a youth. At this age, could it be that he had the strength of a powerful rank 7? Impossible, unless, of course, he had changed his voice and he was very old. Long Houchen had already slowly walked onto the auction stage. Those who were originally preparing to leave all stopped in their tracks. Right now, they were still in the process of recovering from the golden light released by Long Houchen's 4 wings. Slowly walking onto the auction stage, Long Houchen's gaze also became focused. Looking at the already closed wooden box, he asked, "Can I start?" Endless Night subconsciously asked, "May I ask your age?" Long Houchen resolutely refused without hesitation. "There's no need." Endless Night stared blankly for a moment. She very rarely met people who could refuse her. Being able to become the head auctioneer of the Sacred Alliance great auction house definitely wasn't because of luck. She herself was a dual attribute spirit and light profession. In terms of talent, she asked herself if she could even become a demon hunter without a problem. And she was even more confident in her own charm. "Sorry, you can start," Endless Night said in a low voice. At the same time, she also took a step back. Long Houchen slowly opened the wooden box. His gaze also fell on that heavy sword. Both of his hands simultaneously reached into the box. Seeing this action, Endless Night's expression clearly relaxed a bit. Long Houchen's action looked simple, but it was a type of respect. A respect for a weapon. Only a godly weapon could receive this kind of respect. His left hand's 4 fingers supported the sword's tip. His thumb pinched the bead at the sword's tip. If it was a normal heavy sword, this action should have pinched the entire sword's tip so that it wouldn't reveal its sharpness. And his right hand was supporting the sword's edge, not the sword's hilt. This detail looked simple, but it was exclusive to a knight. Only a true knight would know to respect a godly weapon like this. Thus, when Endless Night saw Long Houchen's action, she also had some expectations in her heart. Could it be that this person could really make the godly sword shine again? If that was the case, thinking of this, Endless Night couldn't help but recall her grandfather's words. The one who obtained the godly sword wasn't necessarily a peak expert. It was more likely that the one who obtained it was fated with it. Could it be that he was that fated person? She didn't know why, but Endless Night's heart was beating fiercely, because she already faintly felt that it was possible. When Fengling, who was holding the wooden box, saw Long Houchen put his hands inside, she raised the wooden box a bit higher. She was also extremely curious as she looked at this youth in front of her. Whether it was his voice or his figure, it seemed that he wasn't that old. However, her gaze was only filled with curiosity nothing more. Compared to her calm, elegant, and pure appearance like a little white flower, in reality, she had a fiery heart. Long Houchen, this kind of one, 8 meter tall, extremely ordinary-looking youth, didn't attract too much of her interest. He wasn't the type she liked either. On the contrary, although Endless Night looked very charming and had a very mature charm, she was actually a very conservative girl. This was what they meant by not judging a book by its cover. Towards Endless Night and Feng Ling Er's observation, Long Houchen acted as if he didn't feel it at all. His gaze fell on the godly sword in front of him. The instant he opened the wooden box, Long Houchen felt the aura it emitted. His mind was already completely attracted to this godly sword. His feeling was much more intense than the others. He could even feel a lot of changes within the godly sword. This godly sword wasn't as simple as being sealed. From a certain perspective, it was already dead. How could a weapon die? When a true godly weapon lost its soul, it would die. Long Houchen could be completely sure that this godly sword in front of him once had its own sword spirit. Sword spirits were a type of equipment spirit. What did having an equipment spirit mean? It meant that this weapon was at least an epic grade or higher existence. In other words, the godly sword in front of Long Houchen was at least an epic grade equipment a long time ago. And right now, it had already lost its own soul. But it was also because of this that Long Houchen respected it even more. He could guess that when this godly sword's owner passed away, the sword's spirit sealed the body of the sword. Then it abandoned its own body, only leaving this shell in the world. And the sword spirit itself followed its owner and passed away. To be able to make a sword spirit die with it, one could imagine what kind of existence its owner was. This kind of person, this kind of sword spirit, how could he not be respected? Right now, Long Houchen's heart wasn't calm. His movements were extremely slow, afraid that he would blaspheme this godly sword. He walked out, not to obtain this godly sword, but to help it break the seal. Just like what Endless Night said, the godly sword shouldn't be covered in dust, it should once again shine. This pitch-black heavy sword, under the support of Long Houchen's 2 hands, slowly left the wooden box. Long Houchen's gaze was fixed on the sword from beginning to end. He didn't pour any spiritual energy into it, but only calmly looked at it. His gaze was very calm, but also very sad. Even with the mask blocking it, Endless Night could still feel the emotions emanating from Long Houchen's body. His pair of clear golden eyes couldn't be blocked by the mask. Looking at the expression in his eyes, Endless Night could even feel that his emotions seemed to be in harmony with the desolation emitted by the godly sword. Endless Night's heartbeat sped up. Before Long Houchen appeared, when everyone saw the godly sword, they all impatiently poured their spiritual energy into it, as if they wanted to subdue it or forcefully open the seal. But they all failed. But right now, Long Houchen didn't do this. He actually seemed to be communicating with the godly sword. Feng Ling put away the wooden box and stood to the side. The curiosity in her eyes became even stronger. She stole a glance at Endless Night, only to see that she was staring at the man in front of her, her eyes unblinking. Time seemed to have stopped. Those bidders who recovered their sight all sat back down, quietly looking at Long Houchen. They were all very curious whether this person could undo the seal on the godly sword. The release of the light attribute just now had truly scared quite a few people. And the more people understood the light attribute, the more shocked they were by that burst of light just now. Yuting. Long Houchen softly called out. An even more shocking scene appeared. With a flash of golden light, a golden figure suddenly appeared in front of Long Houchen. Even though the 6 wings on Yuting's back were withdrawn, her sudden appearance, as well as the rich golden light and beauty emitted from her body, still had a feeling of shocking the entire audience. Even Endless Night and Feng Ling paled in comparison to the gentle and pure light attribute on her body. Long Houchen solemnly handed the heavy sword in his hands to Yuting. Yuting could feel his intentions and hurriedly reached out to receive it, following Long Houchen's previous actions. This is... Endless night suddenly covered her mouth. Even with her unwavering willpower, she was somewhat unable to suppress the shock in her heart. Yuting was facing Long Houchen, which was also facing the audience. As a result, only Endless Night and Feng Ling could see her back. They could clearly see the 6 wings on Yuting's back. They could even directly feel the pure light attribute on her body. Could this be a light elemental spirit? Endless Night's shock was already at its peak. Her knowledge was extremely profound, and she also understood light elemental spirits very well. However, in her knowledge, she had never heard of a light elemental spirit being able to evolve to the point where it looked no different from a real person. Yuting received the heavy sword. The instant this heavy sword fell into her hands, the sword unexpectedly let out a slight buzzing sound. The buzzing sound wasn't loud, but it was as clear as a dragon's cry, reverberating throughout the entire auction hall. Yuting was also stunned because she clearly felt that after holding this heavy sword, she actually felt a sense of familiarity. That heavy sword even seemed to be somewhat dependent on her. Long Houchen took a step back, clenched his right hand into a fist, and knocked it against his chest. He gave a standard knight salute towards Yuting's heavy sword. A godly sword shouldn't be covered in dust. I can feel your sorrow and pain. However, the past is still the past. If your master was still alive, then he definitely wouldn't be willing to see your sword spirit leave with him, and your brilliance continue to be covered. From the day you gained spirituality, you should have been held in the hands of a knight. Use your brilliance to cut through brambles and thorns, to eradicate evil, to fight for justice, to fight for those who need protection. Your light will inevitably return to the world. Your brilliance will inevitably make your enemies tremble in fear. Return, departed godly sword. Let your brilliance once again shine upon the earth. Let the power of light sweep away all darkness. Perhaps I am not fit to be your master, but I am willing to awaken you and let you find the most suitable master for you. Long Houchen's words were clear and impassioned, and even more so, they were filled with a bit of austere and a bit of pride. His youthful voice actually carried the sonorous sound of iron and blood. That faint smell of blood, that thick pride, all of it was displayed in these simple words. Yuting knelt down on one knee and raised the heavy sword in her hands in front of Long Houchen. This time, Long Houchen didn't use both hands to receive it, but instead extended his right hand and forcefully grasped the hilt of this heavy sword. An indescribable aura appeared on Long Houchen's body. The heavy sword in his hands was suddenly raised high above his head. Immediately afterwards, one could see a glaring white light explode from his hands and instantly pour into the heavy sword, an aura of light that was even denser and purer than the one he emitted before immediately erupted like a geyser. Feng Ling, and Endless Night, who were only a few feet away, could see that under the mask on Long Houchen's face, there was a dense golden light flickering on his forehead. They could faintly make out what seemed to be 9 lines of light. Wung wung! Under this glaring white light, the dark heavy sword let out a violent hum. Right in front of Long Houchen, Yuting suddenly moved. At the same time that the 6 wings on her back instantly spread out, her body rapidly shrunk, and in an instant she was already only a foot tall, floating behind Long Houchen. She softly chanted an incantation, and circles of gentle golden ripples floated down on Long Houchen's body, causing the glaring white light on his body to become even more intense. In the name of the radiant goddess, break the seal that has been sealed for a long time. Long Houchen's resounding voice rang out once again. Suddenly, with a violent roar, the auction hall's roof unexpectedly shattered, and a brilliant golden pillar of light descended from the sky. This pillar of light looked so gentle and even the white light that Long Houchin emitted wasn't as glaring because of its appearance. Around the pillar of light, there was even a very illusory little angel that was about the same size as Yu Ting revolving around the pillar of light. However, in this gentle light, everyone felt an inviolable dignity. Radiant goddess. Did he say the radiant goddess? Divine power? Ding! Amidst the crisp sound of something breaking, a crack first appeared on the hilt that Long Houchin was holding, and it quickly spread upwards, all the way to the round gem at the tip of the sword. Poof! All the black color completely turned into flying ash in an instant. Then the bead at the tip of the sword released tens of thousands of rays of light, greedily and even crazily absorbing all the light elements in the air. Yes, it had awakened. After being sealed for 100 years, it had finally awakened from its deep slumber. The descending pillar of light gradually faded, but the light on the sword became more and more intense. The originally dark body of the sword had become ethereal and translucent gold, and the dull cloud patterns now looked like real clouds, while the sword was like a giant dragon traversing through the clouds. The bead at the tip of the sword seemed to have come to life, overlooking all living beings above Long Houchin's head. Still, there was no sword edge, nor was there a sword tip. But on this divine sword, there was a 6-foot sword ray emitting on its own. As the sword ray swallowed and spat, it seemed to be indestructible despite its lack of sharpness. The golden light slowly faded, or at least the golden light that Long Houchin released was fading. He looked fondly at the divine sword that had regained its original appearance, and his heart was filled with fondness. He could clearly feel that no matter how strong the light, attribute, spiritual power he released, this heavy sword could easily withstand it, especially the spiritual bead at the tip of the sword. As its splendor swallowed and spat, it even absorbed a lot of the divine power of the radiant goddess. Even though it had lost its sword spirit, this divine sword was still a legendary grade divine sword, and it was at the peak of the legendary grade. One could imagine how powerful it was when it was in its strongest form. Miss Endless, can you tell me its name now? Endless looked at the halo released by the divine sword in a daze. She didn't even notice Long Houchin's voice, and only woke up after Fong Linger's reminder. Of course you can. Its name is Arya of the Radiant Goddess. My ancestor was the temple master of the warrior temple 200 years ago, the radiant sword god, Yi Wushang. When she said the words Arya of the Radiant Goddess, Endless knew that her biggest secret could no longer be hidden, because the reputation of this divine sword was too great. The Arya of the Radiant Goddess was known as a divine weapon that wasn't a divine weapon. 200 years ago, the Knights Templars had 2 Knight of the Seal recognized by the throne of God. However, in that generation of the 6th Great Temple, the number 1 close combat expert wasn't one of them, because in the Warrior Temple, there was an existence stronger than them. This person was the Radiant Sword God, Yi Wushang. Yi Wushang loved to use the sword since he was young. From the age of 3, he would hug the sword to sleep every night. He started learning the sword at the age of 6. At the age of 9, he used the sword to enter the spirit. His spiritual energy grew explosively, and he directly reached the strength of a stage 3 battle master. At the age of 11, he became a great battle master. When he was 16, he had already broken through to the stage 6 and became a battle master. This record had never been broken by anyone in the warrior temple. At the age of 29, Yi Wushang broke through to the stage 9 before he was 30, becoming the youngest war god in the history of the warrior temple. When Yi Wushang was 47, the demon emperor personally led the demon army to attack the southeast stronghold where the warrior temple was located. The radiant sword god Yi Wushang, who was in charge of the southeast stronghold, personally took action and fought with the demons for a day and a night. With his own strength, he killed the 7 demon gods of the demons in the southeast stronghold. Even the arrogant demon emperor was moved and called Yi Wushang the strongest in the Temple League in 1,000 years. In the end, the demon emperor took the initiative to retreat and gave Yi Wushang 3 days to rest. 3 days later, in front of the southeast stronghold, the radiant sword god, Yi Wushang, fought with the demon emperor. This battle lasted for a day and a night. In the end, Yi Wushang fell under the iron fist of the demon emperor, but his last attack also injured the demon emperor. That battle was earth-shattering. In the end, the victorious demon emperor bowed to Yi Wushang, who was still standing despite his death, and led the demon army to retreat. Since then, the 100 Years demon emperor never appeared on the battlefield against the Temple League. The sword god of a generation had become an epic legend. In the last battle, Yi Wushang originally didn't need to challenge the demon emperor because the Temple League's reinforcements had arrived, and the experts of the 6 temples had gathered. Even if the demons attacked the city with all their strength, they might not be able to take down the southeast stronghold. However, Yi Wushang insisted on fighting. He single-handedly challenged the demon emperor with his sword. His original words were, "If humans want to defeat the demons, they must first defeat themselves. I am willing to face the demon emperor as equals and fight for the dignity of humans." The glory that Yi Wushang brought to the warrior temple was similar to what the son of Samsara gave to the assassin temple. To this day, in the middle of the main hall of the warrior temple, there was still a 10-meter-tall statue of the radiant sword god. Above the statue's head hung a plaque with 4 big words written on it, "A sword in 1,000 years." The aria of the goddess of light, this divine sword, was forged by Yi Wushang himself. Yi Wushang used the sword only for specialization. From the age of 3, when he fell asleep with the sword in his arms, until he broke through to the 6th rank at the age of 16, he used a total of 5 swords. He melted these 5 swords into a furnace and constantly tempered them with his body and mind, fusing them with his spirit. He made it drink the blood of the demons and receive the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. After refining 100 types of metal, the sharpness of the sword was finally formed after 30 years. On the day the sword was formed, the miracle of the goddess of light descended, and the pearl at the tip of the sword appeared. In the end, this sword was named Aria of the Goddess of Light. The sword god of light, Yi Wushang, used this sword to kill 7 demon gods in a row and fight against the demon emperor. Unfortunately, this divine sword was only refined for a year before it fell along with Yi Wushang. On that day, the whole southeast stronghold cried. The leader of the Temple League of that generation sighed with sorrow and personally mentioned in the assassin temple, "A sword in 1,000 years." Therefore, when Long Haochen heard the words aria of the goddess of light, he was shocked. He never thought that he would be holding this legendary divine sword in his hands. Even if the divine sword was only a shell, its significance was still very great. Holding the heavy sword horizontally in front of him, Long Haochen used his hand to gently stroke the cloud patterns on the blade, which had been tempered 1,000 times. His mood was also agitated, as if he had gone to the battlefield of the past and accompanied the sword god of light Yi Wushang in battle. Under his touch, the aria of the goddess of light unexpectedly let out a joyful hum, as if it was excited for its rebirth. Holding the sword with both hands, Long Haochen handed it over to Endless Night. "Miss Endless, please keep the divine sword." Endless Night did not take it, only looked at Long Haochen with a burning gaze. "If you don't have enough gold, you can put it on credit first. I will definitely keep my word. You made the divine sword shine again, so you are its new master." Long Haochen silently shook his head. "No, using money to measure this divine sword is blasphemy. Using money to measure this divine sword is a blasphemy to it. I only hope that it can shine again. This divine sword's significance is too great. It can no longer be described as precious. It should belong to you or the warrior temple." Endless Night let out a light sigh. Do you think there's anyone else who can pick up this divine sword? The moment you unsealed it, you were already its new master. The divine sword has a spirit. Even if the sword spirit isn't here, it definitely isn't something an ordinary person like me can use. Look. While saying this, she raised her slender white hand and lightly touched the sword's blade. The instant her fingers touched the sword's blade, an intense hum immediately rang out. Not only was Endless Night's hand bounced back, her entire body was pushed back by a dense light attribute energy. Long Houchin stared blankly. The divine sword has a spirit. As expected, the divine sword has a spirit. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on the sword's hilt. How could he not like this divine sword? What shocked his body and mind even more was that this divine sword contained the radiant sword god's spirit. Endless Night reluctantly looked at the aria of the goddess of light and softly said, "Can you tell me your name?" Long Houchin silently nodded his head. "I'm called Long Houchin. I'm General Level Number 21 Monster Hunters Group Leader." His voice was restrained by spiritual energy, so only Endless Night could hear it. Endless Night pointed behind him. "Hurry up and leave. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely pay you a visit." Yes, Long Houchin already had no choice but to leave. The appearance of the aria of the goddess of light had caused the bidders to go crazy. After a short period of sluggishness, the entire auction house had already become somewhat chaotic. The doors to the VIP rooms had already opened, and people walked out. All of their gazes were fervently looking at the divine sword in Long Houchin's hand. There were even people who directly called out an astronomical price. Right when Long Houchin was about to put away the aria of the goddess of light and leave, his thoughts moved. A golden light flashed in his hand, and the divine sword had already turned into a golden light that melted into his right hand. In the next moment, Long Houchin's body flashed, and he had already left the auction hall through the back door. The bidders couldn't take it anymore, especially those people in the VIP rooms. Among them, an expert took a step forward and climbed onto the auction stage. His tyrannical aura made the entire auction stage creak. However, before he could even open his mouth, suddenly an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly surged forth from all directions. The expert who had climbed onto the auction stage was already at the 8th stage. But facing this pressure, his expression changed greatly, and he leapt off the stage. A low voice resounded throughout the entire auction hall. "Who wants to challenge the Alliance's prestige? This is a fair auction, not a place to forcefully plunder. Today's auction has already ended. You can all leave. If you act rashly again, you will be killed without question." Chapter 124. In the face of absolute strength, all delusions turned into nothingness. The auction hall, which had been blasted open by the power of light, instantly quieted down. The bidders dejectedly quickly left. No one dared to continue staying, even though the final interlude somewhat ruined the atmosphere. But without a doubt, after today's auction, the Holy Alliance auction house's reputation would definitely rise to another level. The first item was the heaven-defying magic dragon's magic crystal. But compared to the finale, the aria of the Radiant Goddess, what did it count for? Perhaps the aria of the Radiant Goddess, which was only a legendary equipment, might not be as useful as the Dragon Crystal. But its fame was far from what the Dragon Crystal could compare to. Being recognized by this divine sword as its master, let alone other things, one would at least become an esteemed guest of the Warrior Temple. Endless Night and Foamlinger were the last to leave the auction hall. Endless Night let Foamlinger go back to rest first, while she went to the door of a room on the 2nd floor. Raising her hand, she lightly knocked on the door twice. "Sir, it's me." "Come in." A low voice sounded. It was the one who had previously shocked the entire audience. "Yes." Endless Night pushed open the door and entered. In the luxurious room, a person stood with his back facing the door. This person was tall and wore black clothes. He didn't turn around because of Endless Night's arrival. You did very well. Thank you. The low voice seemed to be a bit sentimental. Endless Night lightly shook his head, but his tears flowed out. I should be the one thanking you, sir. It was your guidance that allowed Ancestor Xian's divine weapon to reappear in the world. He told me that he's called Long Haochen. Yes, he will let the divine sword shine again. He might even surpass Ancestor Ling Xian. Ah, the black-clothed person faintly said. You'll see it in the future. He only used 15 years to break through to the 6th stage, a year earlier than Ancestor Ling Xian. In the future, all of the Alliance's records might be broken because of him. Long Haochen didn't know that there was an existence behind this auction. After leaving the Holy Alliance auction house, he immediately took off his mask. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of people recognizing him as the youth who had previously obtained the aria of the Radiant Goddess's recognition. Soon, the 21st General-level monster hunters walked out of the auction hall. Guild leader Lin Xian rushed forward excitedly. Just as he was about to say something, however, he was stopped by Long Haochen. We'll talk about it when we get back. Long Haochen waved to his companions, and they quickly left, heading straight for the Monster Hunters' Villa District. It could be said that the harvest this time was full of surprises. Not only did Wang Yuan obtain the empty silver crystal that she had been dreaming of, but Lin Xian also obtained a lot of good items at a good price. Their total expenditure of gold coins was not much. Most importantly, Long Haochen had removed the seal on the divine sword, the aria of the Goddess of Light, and made it recognize him as its master, even if they did not consider the origin and spiritual symbolism of this sword. Just the fact that it was a legendary level weapon was enough to make them overjoyed. As the soul of the team, Long Haochen had such a weapon, which would enhance the combat power of the entire team. Back in the villa, Lin Xian couldn't wait to shout, "Boss, let us see your divine sword." Long Haochen nodded and extended his right hand. Everyone was surprised to see that Long Haochen's right hand was completely golden, as if he was wearing a glove, and the glove was a perfect fit for his palm. When he opened his palm, a small, light, golden crystal appeared in his palm. Wasn't it the spiritual pearl on the tip of the aria of the Goddess of Light? Long Haochen said, "This divine sword can't be kept in the eternal melody. This seems to be its pride. However, it can be automatically shaped in my hand. I can feel its power." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and with a flash of golden light, the dazzling aria of the Goddess of Light appeared again. In terms of appearance, this divine sword was not as dazzling as Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light. However, the light it emitted made up for this deficiency. The front of the blade was a terrifying sword ray that was 6 feet long. Even the width of the blade itself was reduced to 1 foot because of the sword rays on both sides. Without a doubt, if such a divine sword appeared on the battlefield, it would simply be a killing machine. Long Haochen looked at the heavy sword in his hand lovingly. He loved it so much that he was even more excited than when he had obtained Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light. He had obtained Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light through tests, and it could be said that he had conquered them. However, this divine sword had acknowledged him. Moreover, Long Haochen valued the glory that this divine sword had once obtained. In his heart, this was a form of motivation for him. I will never let you be covered in dust. I will let you follow me, just like how I followed the sword god of light, Senior Yi Wushang, in the glorious continent. As if it understood Long Haochen's words, the aria of the Goddess of Light once again made a slight hum. The golden light converged and stuck to Long Haochen's right hand again, dyeing his palm gold. Long Haochen turned around and said to his companions, "Let's take a break today. Tomorrow we will go to the Monster Hunter's mission to level up. Then we will replenish everyone's legendary equipment as soon as possible. After entering the Tower of Eternity, we will continue our journey." In a simple sentence, he had already made the arrangements for the future. First, they would be promoted to general-level monster hunters. Then, they could enter the third floor of the Monster Hunters Trading Center to purchase legendary equipment. After changing into new equipment, they would enter the Tower of Eternity to train and break in. After improving the overall strength of the team, they would go to the Monster Hunters mission. Lin Xin, go to the Sanctuary Alliance Grand Auction House tomorrow and give Miss Yi Wushang a magic crystal of the heaven-defying demonic dragon. Tell her that it is a little compensation for me. Okay. Although Lin Xin was stingy, he was very clear about the accounts. Exchanging a dragon crystal for the aria of the Goddess of Light was not a loss, no matter how he looked at it. The next day, Monster Hunters Mission Tower. Different levels of Monster Hunters had to receive and report on different floors of the Mission Tower. If they wanted to be promoted to a higher level of Monster Hunters, they also had to apply here and be assessed by the Mission Tower. The second floor of the Monster Hunters Mission Tower welcomed a group of young people. There were 7 of them, and they walked in with the token of general-level Monster Hunters. The staff behind the 6 counters stood up at almost the same time and looked at the young people respectfully. Since the previous Wailing Howl cave mission went wrong, the Alliance had ruthlessly cleaned up the staff in the Monster Hunters Mission Tower. The person directly responsible for the previous mission had lost his life. Therefore, the staff here were not only more cautious, but their attitude was also much better. It was especially so on the second floor of the general-level Monster Hunters Mission Tower. Excuse me, what procedures do we need to go through to be promoted to general-level Monster Hunters? The one walking at the front of the group of young people was extremely handsome. His eyebrows were like a painting, and his long black hair was scattered over his shoulders. However, he had a pair of clear golden eyes. Even if it was just a glance, his image would be easily imprinted in people's hearts. Without a doubt, the young man who asked was Long Haochen, and the people beside him were the general-level number 21 Monster Hunters. Long Haochen directly asked the staff behind the exploration mission counter. There were only 6 counters and 6 staff. Promoted to general level? The staff was slightly taken aback before he replied, Esteemed Monster Hunter, to be promoted to general level, the cultivation of every member has to be at the 6th order, and they have to pay 100,000 merit points. Are you sure? Long Haochen nodded and said, I'm sure. However, what is the promotion test? The staff member said very patiently, due to the difficulty of the missions the Demon Hunt squads receive every time they rise in rank, the Alliance, in order to protect the safety of the Demon Hunters, has conducted a certain assessment when they rise in rank. Only by passing the assessment and truly having the ability to receive higher-level missions can a squad complete their promotion. Of course, the merit points for the promotion only need to be paid once. Even if you can't pass the test, you can still try again when your strength has increased. Long Haochen nodded and said, All right, then we need to accept the promotion test to general-level Monster Hunters. Requiring a test to complete the promotion test was the Alliance's attitude towards Monster Hunters, so they naturally had to cooperate. Monster Hunters were engaged in high-risk missions. Without sufficient strength, they would only be sending themselves to death. All right, then please wait for a moment. Please pay 100,000 merit points first. Without Long Haochen's reminder, Lin Xin quickly stepped forward and exchanged 100,000 merit points with the staff member. The staff member took out a form for Long Haochen to fill in. He then quickly left to inform the examiners. The form that needed to be filled in was very simple. It was the name and strength of all the members of the team. Number of the original Monster Hunters. Long Haochen filled in the following. Number 21 General-Level Monster Hunters. Leader, Long Haochen. Rank 6 Radiance Guardian Knight. Inner Spiritual Energy of 7,000. Vice Leader, Kair. Rank 6 Stealth. Inner Spiritual Energy of 5,000. Member, Wang Yuan. Rank 6 Battle Master. Inner Spiritual Energy of 5,000. Member, Sima Xian. Rank 6 Cardinal. inner spiritual energy of 5,000. Member, Lin Xin, rank 6 Archmage, inner spiritual energy of 5,000. Member, Chen Inger, rank 6 Illusory Beastmaster, inner spiritual energy of 5,000. Leader, Long Haochin Retainer Knight. Han Yu, rank 6 Radiance Guardian Knight, inner spiritual energy of 5,000. When he filled in Sima Xian as a cardinal, Long Haochin's pen subconsciously paused. He turned his head to look at the violent version of the cardinal and shook his head helplessly. The staff member did not leave for long. After a while, he returned and took the form that Long Haochin had filled in. With just a glance, he cried out involuntarily, "You guys are general level 21 monster hunters." Long Haochin asked doubtfully, "Why? Is there a problem?" No. The staff member clearly stuttered when he spoke. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. So it turned out that they were the ones who had caused the great purge in the mission tower. However, why did they look so young? Not to mention the martial level, according to their age, it would be very lucky to be able to become general level monster hunters. However, due to the prestige of the general level 21 monster hunters, the staff member did not even dare to ask. He respectfully said, "Everyone, please follow me to the Sanctuary Alliance's Great Trial Field. I have already informed the Monster Hunters Investigation Team. Your assessment will be carried out in the Warrior Temple's Trial Field." "All right, thank you." The Sanctuary Alliance's Great Trial Field was not far from the Monster Hunters Mission Tower. Soon, everyone was led to the trial field by the staff member. The Alliance's service to the Monster Hunters was indeed excellent. The people in charge of the assessment were already waiting there. Moreover, there were 6 of them. Looking at their attire, they were from each of the 6 major temples. All of them looked to be in their 30s or 40s. Seeing Long Haochin's group of 7 walk into the trial field under the guidance of the staff member, the 6 examiners in charge of the assessment couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with shock. They were too young. Could it be that they had made a mistake when advancing from soldier to general? However, when the staff member handed the form that Long Haochin had filled out previously to the night examiner, they understood that there was no mistake. They were here to take the martial level monster hunters assessment. However, how old were they? The oldest among them didn't even seem to be 25 years old. The staff member from the Monster Hunters Mission Tower quickly retreated to the side after handing over the form. He also had to play the role of a supervisor. Although they were puzzled, the examiners didn't say anything. After all, Long Haochin had filled out the form very clearly. According to the cultivation level that he had filled out, these young people indeed had the strength to take the martial level assessment. Long Haochin strode forward and arrived in front of the 6 examiners. He placed his right fist across his chest and performed a standard knight salute. "Examiners, general level number 21 Monster Hunters team, leader Long Haochin has led the entire team to report for duty. Please take the assessment." The knight examiner returned the knight salute and said, "Hello, I am the knight examiner for this assessment. Monster hunters have to go through our assessment to advance from the general level to the martial level. The assessment is as follows. First, we will test if your spiritual power is up to standard. After that, we will test your strength. Everyone must pass the assessment in order for the team to advance. Are you ready?" Long Haochin said respectfully, "Examiner, all members of general level number 21 monster hunters are ready." The knight examiner nodded and said, "Good. Then, let's start with the spiritual power assessment. If it is as you have filled out and everyone has reached the 6th level, then you will be assessed one by one." "Yes." The others all walked forward and lined up in front of the examiners. Every examiner handed them a crystal ball to test their inner spiritual power, and they were required to release their spiritual wings during the inner spiritual power test. This was to avoid cheating. After all, some spiritual medicine could temporarily increase the spiritual power limit, but spiritual wings that represented the 6th level couldn't be faked. Under the slightly shocked gazes of the examiners, the next moment, 8 pairs of spiritual wings suddenly spread out from the back of the young man from general level number 21 monster hunters. The dense spiritual power fluctuations of various elements instantly caused the air in the warrior temple to fluctuate violently. The other examiners were a little better, although the young people in front of them were not very old. Since they dared to come for the assessment, they must have some background. However, the night examiner was really shocked. Han Yu's spiritual wings were very normal. They were just slightly bigger than the spiritual wings of an ordinary 6th level knight, which showed that he was quite talented. However, when Long Haochen's 4 shining wings appeared, the examiner was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a moment. What kind of spiritual wings were these? As a high-level knight, he had seen countless spiritual wings, but this was the first time he had seen such strange 4 wings. The numbers on the crystal ball in Long Haochen's hand became more and more intense. Finally, it stopped at the number 7,316. It seemed that he had held back when filling out the form. The other examiners also noticed the situation here. These 4 wings were really too rare. The night examiner recovered with great difficulty. Long Haochen, what's up with your spiritual wings? Long Haochen said loudly, Examiner, I don't know either. Maybe it's a mutation of spiritual power. The red-robed bishop beside him couldn't help but say, Examiner, our leader, is very talented. He's naturally different from ordinary people. Talented? The corner of the examiner's mouth twitched a little. This innate talent was a little too powerful. Moreover, he had to report such a strange situation. Please wait for a moment. Because of the special nature of your spiritual wings, the others can take the assessment first. I need to report your situation to the Alliance. Long Haochen was also a little helpless. However, he couldn't adjust his spiritual wings. When he released them, for wings would definitely appear. All right. The night examiner left in a hurry. The other examiners were also very curious. However, the assessment still had to continue. The night examiner left for the time being. Long Haochen and Han you could only watch from the sidelines. According to the order, the first to take the assessment was Wang Yuan. The others temporarily left the trial grounds, leaving only Wang Yuan and the warrior temple examiner. This warrior examiner had a sturdy body. His plate armor made him look even more sturdy. With a shield in his left hand and a heavy sword in his right, he didn't look down on Wang Yuan at all. Demon hunters were different from ordinary professionals. At the same rank, a demon hunter could deal with at least 2 or 3 ordinary professionals. Although Wang Yuan was very young, this examiner was still very cautious. Are you ready? The warrior examiner asked Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan said, Please wait a moment. Her spatial protection armor was neatly worn. Looking at this armor, even the examiner was very envious. She was only rank 6, but she was wearing a Radiance-grade equipment. Looking at the examiner, he was wearing a Spirit-grade armor. Bang! The divine soul shield crashed to the ground, giving the warrior examiner a shock. This terrifying shield was even taller than Wang Yuan. It was thick and solid, and it was filled with a domineering aura that spread out along with its appearance. Another Radiance-grade equipment? The warrior examiner's heart twitched again. It was really good to be a demon hunter. As Wang Yuan inserted the 3 void silver crystals into her divine soul shield, she asked the examiner, Examiner, how do I pass the test? The examiner's face was a little bitter. We examiners are all rank 6, rank 5. You must defeat us to pass the assessment. Because of the shock of Long Haochen's 4 wings, the examiner forgot to explain the assessment content. Rank 6, rank 5 was about the standard of an internal spiritual energy of more than 6,600. Oh, then I'm ready. Wang Yuan nodded. Their conversation was heard by the others, standing at the side. Sima Xian said, "Rank 6, rank 5, there's no pressure at all." Long Haochen glared at him, and he shut up. However, the examiners at the side did not look so good. They thought to themselves, "Aren't your equipment better?" The difference in spiritual energy is not something that can be made up for with equipment. Just as their emotions were fluctuating, the assessment in the field had already begun. Oh no, to be precise, it was already over. Silver light flashed, boom. Over, yes, from the beginning to the end. Wang Yuanyuan had only launched one attack. Oh, she had also tested her spiritual stove ability. Her attack was very simple. The space door and spiritual stove teleported instantly. Then, she appeared behind the warrior examiner, who was also a battle master, and brazenly fired the air-splitting cannon. The warrior examiner only had time to turn around and subconsciously use his shield to block. In the next moment, the shield shattered and he was sent flying. He was directly blasted 20 meters away and fiercely smashed into the ground, plowing a ravine on the ground of the warrior trial grounds. The battle was over. Oh no, the assessment was over. Wang Yuanyuan was also very surprised by the result of the battle. She muttered, "The spiritual stove is really useful." The other 4 examiners, standing at the side, were instantly petrified. What was going on? Just for a moment? Just now, that female warrior used teleportation? A warrior who could teleport? Han Yu's very kind healing technique landed on the warrior temple examiner's body. In fact, the difference in strength between Wang Yuanyuan and this warrior examiner was not as big as it appeared. However, the effect of the space door and spiritual stove was really too big. Not only did it complete the teleportation, it also almost perfectly concealed Wang Yuanyuan's own spiritual energy fluctuations during the teleportation process. If the warrior examiner had not subconsciously felt the danger and turned around, the air-splitting cannon would have directly bombarded him. Following the increase in her own strength, Wang Yuanyuan also began to unleash the power of the divine giant soul shield more and more. The air-splitting cannon itself was a powerful skill of the divine giant soul shield. Caught off guard, even if this warrior examiner's internal spiritual energy was slightly higher than Wang Yuanyuan's, he still could not withstand it, which was why he suffered such a big loss. Of course, it was not to the extent of serious injuries. However, this was under the condition that Wang Yuanyuan did not chase after him. Crawling up from the ground with a face full of dirt and grime, this warrior examiner didn't even have the nerve to look at Wang Yuanyuan again. He only said, "You passed the test." Then he left with his tail between his legs. Wang Yuanyuan returned to her companion's side and shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she had not expected the space door and spiritual stove to be so useful. Chen Ying gave her a thumbs up and giggled, really impressive. While the 4 examiners were still in a state of shock, Kai had already slowly walked out from the general-level monster hunter side and walked towards the center of the field. The assassin examiner's eyes instantly narrowed. He was also an experienced assassin. From the way Kai walked out, he could tell that the person he was about to assess was not a weakling. Moreover, from the way she had filled out the form, she was the vice leader. The other 3 examiners nodded at the assassin examiner, indicating that he must definitely regain the face he had just lost. The assassin examiner narrowed his eyes, and a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. With swift and precise steps, he entered the field. A green light flashed in Kai Er's hand, and the verdant bamboo staff that she had used before appeared in her hand. She then signaled to the assassin examiner, "I'm ready." The assassin examiner was infuriated. "She's looking down on me too much. She wants to use the verdant bamboo staff against me." Suppressing his anger, the examiner's figure flashed, and he disappeared into thin air. This was the strongest ability of a grade 6 assassin, invisibility. Although the invisibility skill could only be used after a grade 8 assassin could completely conceal one's aura, even just making one's figure disappear could greatly increase an assassin's strength. Faced with the assassin examiner's disappearance, Kai stood there motionless, as if she had been petrified. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed in the air, and 2 black streaks of light shot down from above Kai's head like dragons emerging from the sea. At that moment, Kai moved. Her shoulders seemed to sway slightly, and immediately the original 1 Kai turned into 6. That's right, there were 6 of them, and every one of them looked so real. What was even more frightening was that the 6 Kai's movements were all different, and all 6 of them stabbed at different positions in the air at the same time. Poo, pu, 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 pu. The sound of 6 collisions rang out in the air almost instantaneously. Then the assassin examiner's figure appeared in the air. What happened next was even more shocking. The 6 Kai's all made different movements. Some attacked from below, while others soared into the air and attacked from above. The 6 bamboo staffs weaved a seamless net in the air. Next, the battle would be over. The assassin examiner's back was struck hard, and he fell to the ground. The 6 Kai's merged into one, and the bamboo staff tapped the examiner's throat. Then they walked towards their companions. The assassin examiner didn't suffer a heavy blow, and he quickly got up. However, he didn't leave as quickly as the warrior examiner. Instead, he asked anxiously, "How can you split into 6? Aren't we 6th grade lurkers, only able to split into 3 at most? And it should be 2 fake and 1 real, but you—" Kai said calmly, "I don't need to teach you, and you won't be able to do it anyway." By the time she finished speaking, she had already returned to Long Houchen's side. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "How domineering!" The examiners' faces turned even uglier. As examiners of monster hunters who had risen from general rank to general rank, it was normal for them to be defeated. However, it wasn't normal for them to be defeated so quickly, and their opponents didn't even have as much spiritual power as them. It's my turn. After the 3 melee professions had passed, it was naturally the magician's turn. Lin Xian even walked out in high spirits. The magician examiner's face didn't look so good, and his eyes were full of caution as he slowly walked into the training field. When he saw the fire crystal staff in Lin Xian's hands, his complexion became even more unsightly. A mage's equipment naturally couldn't be evaluated just by looking at it, but the almost viscous elemental fluctuations emitted from the staff was enough to tell him what kind of existence it was. And it was a high explosive fire element. The magician examiner was thinking, "I won't be roasted, right?" As soon as Lin Xinsai said that he was ready, the magic examiner quickly cast one defensive spell after another on himself. He was a wind element magician, and a green light enveloped his body as he flew into the air with the help of his spiritual wings. In the air, wind magicians were the most agile of all magicians. Speaking of which, the examiners were really shocked. The first 2 rounds had ended so quickly, mostly because of the suddenness. Wang Yuanyuan's spatial door spiritual stove and Kai Er's shadow clones were all abnormal situations. Kai Er's 3 spiritual stoves fused into one. Although the spiritual stove of samsara was the main source of the amplification, it was still the fusion of 3 spiritual stoves after all. In addition to her innate talent of being the reincarnation saintess, she was able to split herself into 6. Moreover, one of them was even capable of attacking. Therefore, the first 2 examiners had lost somewhat unjustly. If they had focused on defense, even if Wang Yuanyuan and Kai Er could win, they would definitely have to fight. The magician examiner had learned from the previous 2 examiners, and was prepared to fight steadily to at least regain some face. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Xian, a magician who didn't know any offensive spells. Lin Xian was elated when he saw that he was defending. He raised the fire crystal staff in his hand and seemed to be chanting a spell. Rich fire elements gathered on the fire crystal staff, giving the illusion that he was about to release a powerful spell. As a result, the magician kept casting defensive spells one after another in an attempt to block Lin Xian's first round of attacks before counterattacking. However, he didn't know that Lin Xan wasn't chanting an offensive spell at all. Instead, he was continuously injecting mana into the staff and fusing it with the fire spell. When a huge blue flame skull rose into the air and went straight for the magician examiner in the air, the only thing the examiner could do was to turn around and run. After injecting up to 5,000 spiritual energy points into the fire spell, in addition to the magic staff's own amplification of the fire spell, the shining blue flame of the heart flame that had automatically evolved after fusing with the heart flame spiritual stove and the fire eagle spiritual stove. Even a level 7 powerhouse wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Don't forget, the benefits that Lin Xian obtained in Fantasy Paradise were more than Wang Yuan. Even in the whole team, the benefits that he obtained were second to none. In the end, under Lin Xian's control, the huge fire spell skeleton stopped in midair, and the magician directly admitted defeat. However, Lin Xian neglected one thing. After injecting almost all of his spiritual energy, he couldn't control this thing anymore. In the end, the fire spell exploded in the middle of the field. The huge force of the explosion blew the magic examiner and Lin Xian away, and both of them were covered in dust. 3 consecutive victories. This undoubtedly boosted the morale of the 21st General Level Monster Hunters team. Next, it was Sima Xian's turn. Priest, yes, a cardinal. Sima Xian's opponent was the only female examiner. When she saw Sima Xian, who was dressed in armor, walk towards the arena, a look of doubt appeared in her eyes. This is the priest assessment, the female examiner said. Sima Xian's ball of light had not been completed yet. He held his original large staff in his hand, gestured, and said, "I am a priest. Didn't you see the form? Cardinal Sima Xian is me." Uffed! As soon as Sima Xian said this, the 21st General Level Monster Hunters team almost laughed at the same time. Even Long Haochen couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xian said, "Cardinal, I think you're more like a red butcher." Sima Xian glared at them angrily, then gestured at the female examiner with the staff in his hand and said, "Dear examiner, it's like this. I'm a special priest. I'm a rare commandment priest. Have you heard of it?" The priest examiner looked at him in confusion. "Commandment priest? What's that?" Sima Xian said seriously, "It's the one who controls the commandments and is responsible for the internal rules of the Temple of the Priests. Well, to put it bluntly, it's a priest who focuses on combat. Why don't you do it this way? It doesn't seem fair for you to fight one-on-one. I'll launch an attack at the empty space. If you think you can withstand it, we'll continue. Otherwise, you can let me pass the assessment." As he said this, he didn't wait for the examiner to agree and raised the staff in his hand excitedly. That's right, Sima Xian's spiritual stove had also completed the synthesis. Moreover, he was also the one who suffered the most during the synthesis. He was almost turned into barbecued meat. But it was also because of this that the terrifying power of his spiritual stove was revealed. At this moment, after he raised the staff in his hand, a rich golden light instantly lit up. Then, a rich purple electric light suddenly appeared around the staff. On Sima Xian's chest, a rich purple light lit up and completely dyed the breastplate the same color. He pointed the staff to the side. Suddenly, a golden light ball flew out. This was not an ordinary light attribute light ball. There was a large amount of purple lightning surrounding the light ball. As the light ball flew, the purple lightning seemed to melt into the golden light ball and instantly turned purple gold. Then, boom, the light ball landed on the ground. Everyone seemed to feel their bodies slightly numb. On the ground to the left of the warrior training field, a large pit with a diameter of more than 3 meters appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This large pit was actually more than 3 meters deep. The terrifying attack power left everyone speechless. What was even more frightening was that, at this moment, around Sima Xian's body, there were many of those purple gold light balls actually revolving around his body. There weren't many, a total of 9. Each of them was only the size of a fist. But when he raised the staff again, one of the light balls attached to the top of the staff and grew at a shocking speed. "Okay, you pass." The female priest chose to admit defeat without hesitation. This was a priest? No matter how gentle the female examiner was, faced with this situation, she had the urge to curse. And so, the fourth assessment ended. Chapter 125. Sima Xian proudly returned to his companions, glanced at Lin Exen and said, "Brother, look at my spiritual stove of purple godly thunder, isn't it?" Lin Exen snorted and said, "It's not as good as my spiritual stove of blue fire phoenix." Sima Xian, surprisingly, did not refute. "Of course, it definitely can't be compared to your blue fire phoenix. Brother Lin, when will you introduce me to that little white flower? Let's talk about it later." Lin Exan felt that the word fire phoenix was not cool enough, so he added the word blue in front. After Sima Xian's 2 spiritual stoves were combined, he named it the spiritual stove of purple godly thunder. That was the terrifying attack that everyone saw just now. As for its magical effects, even Sima Xian himself was still practicing it. The only thing he was sure of was that his spiritual stove's explosive power was extremely strong, and it could be used continuously on the battlefield. The effect of the backlash was also continuous. If the backlash reached an extreme, it would be simple: the cardinal would become a cardinal roast pig. Several examiners gathered together, looking at the 21st general grade monster hunters as if they were looking at monsters. They were all rank 6, but why was the difference so big? They were all discerning people. They might not be able to guess the abilities that Wang Yuan and Kai used during the battle were spiritual stoves, but Lin Exan and Sima Xian's abilities were obviously different from their own attributes, especially Sima Xian's spiritual stove of purple godly thunder. As a result, apart from envy and jealousy, the examiners could only hate them, hate the heavens for being unfair. Chen Yinger excitedly walked out with Medul Piglet in her arms. "It's my turn, it's my turn." Seeing her like this, the examiner from the Soul Temple didn't even come out. He smiled bitterly and said, "All right, you don't have to take the test anymore. With the strength that you just showed, even veteran commander-grade monster hunters are no match for you. You have passed the test. When our companion returns, if he has no objections, you will be promoted to general tier monster hunters." At this point, what else was there to test? Wasn't continuing the test just asking to be humiliated? From the expression on Chen Yinger's face, they could tell that this young lady had some background. With the strength of the entire team, they could be considered to be at the commander level. As for the young knight, he was the team leader, and his team members were already so fierce. How could the team leader be weak? Right at that moment, 2 people walked into the warrior temple. Both of them were wearing knight armor. One of them was the knight examiner from before. The other knight looked a little older than the examiner. He was obviously walking in front of the 2 of them as he strode into the temple. Every venue in the Sanctuary Alliance's great trial field had the ability to automatically repair itself. Therefore, the traces left in the venue from the previous assessment had almost disappeared. Examiner Knight looked at the crowd in confusion and said to the other examiners, "Didn't I tell you to test the others first? Why did you stop?" The magic examiner said impatiently, "We are all done with the assessment. You are the only one left. The others have all passed the assessment." "So fast? You've all been defeated so quickly?" The knight examiner said with a dumbfounded expression. None of the other examiners would answer such an awkward question. They rolled their eyes at him and turned their heads away. Examiner Knight recovered from the momentary shock. He thought to himself, "The Holy Knight Elder is indeed wise. Fortunately, I didn't have to do anything." Looking at them, it was obvious that they were at a disadvantage. As he thought about it, he walked in front of Long Haochen. His tone was much more polite than before. "Leader Long, I have reported your situation to the Holy Knight Elder. The Holy Knight Elder said that since you have a retainer knight, your assessment will be more difficult. You will be assessed together with your retainer knight elder, and it will be carried out by the temple knight elder. The two of you will have to work together to defeat the temple knight elder in order to be promoted to the general class. Long Houchen was stunned. Hanyu couldn't help but say, "Examiner, this doesn't seem fair. We are only grade 6 knights. Isn't it too much to ask us to defeat a grade 7 knight?" Examiner Knight said helplessly, "These are the words of the Holy Knight Elder. The Holy Knight Elder also told me to tell you, if you can't do it, then scram back to the furnace. When you can do it, then come back for the assessment." How could Han Yu not be familiar with his grandfather? Examiner Knight imitated Han Q's tone when he spoke. Han Yu couldn't help but look at Long Houchen speechlessly. He said in a low voice, "It seems that grandfather doesn't want us to become general class monster hunters so early." Long Houchen smiled and said, "If that's the case, then let's give it a try. Grandmaster doesn't really understand our current strength." As he said that, he gave the grade 7 temple knight a standard knight's salute. The temple knight returned the salute. "Greetings, respected temple knight elder. May I ask if you are a Mithril Foundation knight?" The temple knight shook his head and said, "No, I am working hard towards the Mithril Foundation." Hearing this, Long Houchen and Han Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Long Houchen said, "Then let's begin the assessment." The examiner knight looked at Long Houchen and Han Yu in surprise. He thought to himself, these two are really going to accept the assessment? From his point of view, Holy Knight Elder Han Q issued this order to make things difficult for them. He didn't want them to become general class monster hunters. Judging from the Holy Knight Elder's expression, he should be very protective of them. But these two are actually going to challenge someone of a higher rank? In the hearts of most professionals, challenging someone of a higher rank is an impossible task. The difference in rank is also a huge difference in strength. It's almost impossible to complete a higher rank challenge. It's the same even if it's 2 against 1. From grade 6 to grade 7, it's a qualitative change. The temple knight didn't say anything. He nodded and said very politely, "Leader Long, please." As he said that, he led the way into the field. Hearing the temple knight's friendly tone, Long Houchen and Han Yu followed him into the field and asked, "Senior, do you know me?" The temple knight smiled and said, "I've heard from my colleagues about Leader Long's miraculous deeds on the battlefield. At the same time, I admire Leader Long's strength. You are a true hero." Long Houchen suddenly understood. It seems that this person knows about what I did in the Southern Pass. However, this is obviously not a good thing for the assessment. The person has heard about what I did in the Southern Pass, so he won't look down on me. A grade 7 temple knight going all out in a battle. Just thinking about it gave me a headache. Just as Long Houchen and Han Yu were feeling a little depressed, the temple knight summoned his mount. A golden light flashed, and a white unicorn appeared next to him. The temple knight flipped onto the horse, a 2-meter-long spear already in his hand. The spear's entire body was bright gold, and it emitted a sharp brilliance. One look, and you can tell that it's an extraordinary item. It should be a glory-grade equipment. Although his unicorn isn't the powerful Starlight unicorn, even an ordinary unicorn is a grade 6 mount. Long Houchen smiled bitterly and said, "You don't have to be so serious. You even summoned your mount." The temple knight smiled and said, "This is the respect that a hero should have. I'm not confident that I can defeat you two, so I naturally have to go all out. I'm deeply honored to be able to exchange pointers with Leader Long. You can also summon your mounts. Then we'll begin the assessment." Although he had summoned his mount ahead of time, he obviously wouldn't take advantage of Long Houchen and Han Yu. The helpless and bitter smile on his face gradually disappeared. Long Houchen's eyes revealed a serious expression. A purple light flickered on his forehead, and in the next moment, a huge figure appeared in front of him. It was Haoyue. Haoyue had evolved into a 4-headed beast. As soon as the 10-meter-long figure appeared on the battlefield, everyone was shocked. The Temple Knight's pupils contracted. He clearly felt a strong pressure. On the other side, the evil eye, which was now more than a meter in diameter, silently appeared behind Hanyu. After continuous evolution, it now had as many as 4 tentacles, gently floating around its body. It stared coldly at the Temple Knight, not far away. Long Haochin tiptoed and leaped lightly, landing on Haoyue's back. He crossed his right fist in front of his chest and performed a knight's salute. He said in a deep voice, "Senior, please advise me." Haoyue's 4 heads were raised at the same time. For pairs of different colored eyes emitted a strong desire to fight. Before returning to the Temple of the Priests, Long Haochin left Haoyue in the Tower of Eternity to recuperate. No matter where it was, it wouldn't affect Haoyue's training. After evolving its 4th head, Haoyue would easily attract attention. He couldn't bring him all the way back to the Holy City. At this moment, after Long Haochin summoned Haoyue, he clearly felt that Haoyue's desire to fight was very strong. It seemed that it had been suppressed for too long in the black and red space. This is an earth dragon. The Knight Examiner, who was watching the battle from afar, was sweating profusely. It wasn't that he hadn't seen an earth dragon before. His own mount was an earth dragon, but its body wasn't even half the size of Haoyue. Haoyue, who was nearly 10 meters long, was standing there at a height of more than 3 meters. At this time, Long Haochin was completely looking down on his opponent. Moreover, what kind of earth dragon was this? It had 4 heads. The other examiners were still depressed about their failure. At this moment, when they saw Haoyue appear, the depression in their hearts was instantly swept away. They suspected that they would not be a match for this terrifying demonic beast. Demon Hunt Squads were indeed worthy of being called Demon Hunt Squads. They were truly too powerful. The Temple Knight was also a powerhouse who had experienced hundreds of battles. After a short moment of shock, he quickly calmed down. After returning the knight's salute to Long Haochin, he shouted, "Let's begin!" As he spoke, the unicorn he was riding was already speeding towards Haoyue. The strong light element caused the spiritual energy around his body to explode in an instant. It could be clearly seen that the strong holy light fire was instantly ignited on him and his unicorn. A strong oppressive force was released. The Temple Knight's right arm immediately turned a transparent gold. It was the glorious body. He had used his full strength right from the start. The examiners did not hesitate to quickly open the protective shield of the warrior temple. This was a battle between a Type 6 and Type 7 powerhouse. Furthermore, they were using mounts. Who knew what kind of damage they would cause if they did not open the protective shield? What was surprising was that Hanyu and his evil eye did not move. They did not have any intention of cooperating with Long Haochin. They only stood there from afar. Hanyu held his shield in his left hand and his sword in his right, silently observing the situation. No one had more confidence in Long Haochin than he did. He had witnessed Long Haochin completing the awakening ritual as a chosen with his own eyes. So what if he was a Type 7 powerhouse? Could a Temple Knight who had just entered the Type 7 realm really defeat the Type 6 Long Haochin? Haoyue didn't even need Long Haochin's instructions. At the same time that the unicorn moved, Haoyue also moved. Its thick and powerful limbs abruptly stomped on the ground, its 4 hooves flying as it charged straight at the other party. Low and resounding chants sounded out from the mouths of the 4 heads. The different glints in their eyes shone even brighter. The unicorn spread its wings and soared into the sky. Immediately after, the Temple Knight's back extended a pair of large spiritual wings. Together with the unicorn, they actually maintained a rhythm and flapped their wings. Their speed seemed to have increased by 3 times in an instant. They turned into a golden ray of light and charged towards Long Haochin, who was on Haoyue's back. The spear in the Temple Knight's hand was the tip of the golden ray of light. The distance between the 2 parties was not too far. The Temple Knight rode the unicorn and soared into the sky before diving down in an instant. The entire process was extremely fast. At this moment, Haoyue's 4 heads each released a spell. After the evolution, Haoyue didn't just have an extra head. It had evolved in all aspects, which could be seen from the spells they released. A green ray of light soared into the sky, directly affecting the Temple Knight and the unicorn, greatly reducing their speed. The Temple Knight's body shook, and the holy fire instantly doubled in strength. Only then was the green ray destroyed in the shortest time possible. Wind binding a level 5 wind control spell. The speed of the wind was the fastest, but the following attack was even more powerful. A huge fireball and a huge ice ball soared into the sky at the same time. These 2 spells were more than 2 meters in diameter. The red and blue colors soared into the sky, forming a real world of ice and fire. Moreover, the moment they soared into the sky, they locked onto the Temple Knight and his unicorn. Even the color of the air changed. The Temple Knight felt like there was an extreme heat in front of him and a cold chill behind him. This was the true meaning of the world of ice and fire. Light spat out a golden light and directly fell on Long Houchen's body. That was a brilliant golden ball of light, landing on Long Houchen's chest. At that moment, Long Houchen felt as if the spiritual energy in his body was boiling. In his perception, his spiritual energy had increased by at least 2,000 points. Although this 2,000 points of spiritual energy came from an outsider and was incompatible with his own spiritual energy, it could be used for the next attack. Light Spirit Increasing Spell. It was a powerful level 6 light support spell. It was extremely effective in assisting other light element experts. To be able to increase 2,000 points of spiritual energy was already a shocking number. One must know if it was a level 5 knight, his total spiritual energy was only 2,000 points. Facing the attack of the world of ice and fire, the Temple Knight did not dare to use the holy fire to take it head-on. Without a choice, he could only slightly control the speed of his charge. The spear in his hand pointed downwards, and 2 dazzling golden lights suddenly burst out. At the same time, the shield in his left hand blocked the side. 2 loud booms resounded in the sky. The unicorn clearly trembled, its eyes revealing a look of pain. Even the Temple Knight felt very uncomfortable. Although he broke through the attack of Xiaohua and Xiaolan, the sudden change in temperature between the world of ice and fire caused his own spiritual energy to fluctuate unstably. And at this moment he had already rushed diagonally to the front of Long Houchen. The spear pointed forward, directly piercing towards Long Houchen's chest. Long Houchen stood on Haoyue's back, maintaining a bow stance. In his left hand, the radiant holy shield was already grasped, brazenly blocking. Just as he made his move, a golden light silently appeared behind him. Pure gold flames instantly spread on Long Houchen's body, and at the same time, a thick golden ring of light collided with the Temple Knight's attack. Everything happened very quickly. The spectators only saw Long Houchen and the Temple Knight, one attacking and one defending, complete the first collision. The Temple Knight rode his unicorn and swept over Long Houchen's head, while Long Houchen, who was in a defensive stance, took half a step back. His body shone with a golden light. It was the divine defense block. The examiners widened their eyes. A rank 6 against a rank 7, and he was safe and sound after blocking a rank 7's all-out attack? How could they know that during the course of the battle, Haoyue and Yiting played a key role in strengthening Long Houchen and weakening his opponent? Long Houchen used the knight's strongest defensive skill, the divine defense block. To be able to block an opponent's all-out attack, it meant that Long Houchen had the strength to contend with his opponent. The unicorn circled in the air and faced Long Houchen again. The Temple Knight's expression instantly became even more solemn. The moment his spear landed on the radiant holy shield, he felt as though a mountain had been shaken. Even though he was greatly weakened, he had already used the glorious body of body, so his attributes should be able to completely suppress Long Houchen, who had the same attributes as him. However, contrary to his wishes, he was shocked to find that he was the one whose attributes were being suppressed. Long Houchen's light attribute seemed to be much purer than his. Also, that thing floating behind him should be a light elemental sprite, right? Why does it look so solid? Also, it seemed like she had used a skill to block me just now. At this moment, Yuting maintained her 1-foot-tall form, quietly floating behind Long Houchen. Roar! Haoyue's 4 heads roared at the unicorn in the air at the same time. Indistinctly, a huge purple shadow appeared behind Haoyue. The shadow disappeared in a flash, and no one could see it clearly. However, it was with this moment that the unicorn in the air actually paused for a moment, then actually swayed in the air in a panic, and slowly descended to the ground. Flight restriction? Haoyue's roar actually had the effect of flight restriction. It could be said that Long Houchen was now a veteran of hundreds of battles. How could he let go of such an opportunity? His spiritual wings boldly rushed out from his back, and with a flap of his 4 wings his figure flashed, and he rushed towards the unicorn that was descending. In his right hand a golden light shone. For the first time, he had mastered the aria of the Goddess of Light and used it in battle. The huge golden sword light formed a terrifying fan-shaped golden light in the air, and directly slashed towards the temple knight. The aria of the Goddess of Light let out a humming sound, as if it was venting its centuries-old depression. Faced with this sudden situation, the temple knight quickly abandoned the shield in his left hand, and pressed his left palm on the unicorn's back, injecting his powerful light, elemental spiritual power into the unicorn's body to help it stabilize its body. At the same time, the spear in his hand pierced out like lightning. The tip of the spear pointed at the core of Long Houchen's slash. He had actually found the tip of the aria of the Goddess of Light in the light screen emitted by the Azura slash. Ding! The crisp sound of a collision spread through the entire battlefield. A golden mark could clearly be seen appearing on the Temple Knight's armor. This was the residual power of the Azura slash. In the end, Long Houchen's attack was blocked by the Temple Knight. However, the Temple Knight's shock had only just begun. When his spear collided with the tip of the aria of the Goddess of Light, it naturally pierced the spiritual bead. The tip of the spear actually melted at an alarming rate. It had only been a moment since the collision, but the tip of his spear had actually melted by half a foot. Not only that, with a flash of purple light, Haoyue actually appeared under Long Houchen out of thin air, and with a swing of his big tail, he ruthlessly whipped the unicorn and the Temple Knight. Not good. The Temple Knight screamed in his heart. He quickly grabbed the shield hanging on the saddle with his left hand, and at the same time tapped the tip of his foot on the stirrup and charged horizontally from the unicorn's back, colliding with Haoyue's long tail. A shocking scene appeared. The instant Haoyue's 4 heads and 8 eyes collided with the Temple Knight, all of them turned purple. Then, with a loud bang, the Temple Knight, who had activated his shield to block the impact, was actually sent flying by Haoyue's tail. The unicorn was also hit by the aftershock, and it fell from the sky in a slanted manner to the ground. Of course, Haoyue's huge body also fell under the influence of gravity. However, at this time Long Houchen had already flapped his 4 wings and landed on the ground. With a flash of purple light, the falling Haoyue appeared beside him. Although the impact of the fall caused the ground to tremble, it only stirred up a cloud of dust. This was the use of the blood contract on the battlefield. After his cultivation base had reached the 6th stage, Long Houchen and Haoyue could teleport between each other almost instantaneously. It was very useful in a real battle. At this time, Yuting raised the staff in her hand. When Long Houchen and Haoyue launched their attacks, she had been chanting an incantation non-stop. At this time, the incantation was completed. A total of 18 golden stars shot out. A total of 18 golden stars shot out. The first one was the slowest and was instantly caught up by the second. then the third, the fourth, all the way to the 18th. Every golden star was faster than the previous one. After a series of collisions, the speed of the golden stars instantly increased to the extreme, turning into a dazzling spear in the air, shooting straight at the paladin like a bolt of lightning. Light magic of the 6th stage, Spear of Starlight. The Temple Knight had no time to be surprised. His body unsteadily flapped the spiritual wings on his back, and the spear in his hand thrust forward, brazenly colliding with the Spear of Starlight. With a loud bang, the sky was filled with dazzling golden light. The Temple Knight let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying backwards. Fortunately, his unicorn flapped its wings in time to catch his falling body. However, the Temple Knight's face had already turned somewhat pale from the repeated blows he had received. With a flash of golden light, Long Houchen had once again appeared in front of him. This time, the aria of the Goddess of Light changed from a slash to a stab. The moment the sword stabbed out, the enormous sword light emitted by the aria of the Goddess of Light suddenly retracted, and the soul pearl at the tip of the sword exploded with a blinding light. Under Long Houchen's astonished senses, a sharp sword light pierced through the sword, striking the Temple Knight's raised spear first. The incomparably sharp sword intent caused the Temple Knight and his unicorn to tremble violently. In the next moment, the aria of the Goddess of Light collided with his spear. With an ear-piercing explosion, the spear in the Temple Knight's hand turned into specks of golden light and shattered just like that. The Shura stab's momentum did not falter, and it pointed straight at his breastplate. The Temple Knight only felt a sharp sword intent instantly locking onto his body, making him not dare to move in the slightest. It was as if his body would shatter like the spear before if he moved even a little. Not only was the Temple Knight's eyes filled with disbelief, but even Long Houchen himself was the same. He did not expect that he could actually defeat the level 7 Temple Knight, and the whole process had been so short. This also caused his subsequent series of attacks to stop. The golden light retracted, and the aria of the Goddess of Light attached itself to Long Houchen's right hand in an excited buzz. Long Houchen said apologetically, "I'm sorry for destroying your weapon." The Temple Knight laughed bitterly. "You should be the disciplinary knight, right? What a strong, explosive force. I didn't lose unjustly. You have a spiritual stove, and it must be an evolved light, elemental, spiritual stove. Coupled with the suppression of your mount and your high explosive strength, you won. As expected of the hero who fought against the level 8 moon demon in the southern pass." The two landed back on the ground. The Temple Knight gave Long Houchen a knight's salute and said, "I will immediately report to Lord Saint Knight. You can continue to complete the Commander level Monster Hunters registration. It was an honor to fight you." After saying this, he sent the unicorn back, turned around, and strode away. Long Houchen subconsciously raised his right hand to look. He understood that the aria of the Goddess of Light had a lot to do with him winning so easily. This was also the first time he felt that a powerful weapon could change the battlefield in an instant. Don't be fooled by the sharpness of the sword. The spiritual pearl at the tip seemed to have the effect of destroying the opponent's weapon. Furthermore, when he used the Azura thrust, the sword light and the sword intent were obviously the abilities of the sword that came with it. However, if he wanted to completely master it, he would need a certain amount of time. The examiners were now looking at Long Houchen with reverence in their eyes. This young knight had actually defeated a level 7 powerhouse with the strength of a level 6. Looking at the whole process of the battle, his victory seemed to be a matter of course. A powerful mount, a powerful spiritual stove, and his own formidable strength. As expected of the leader of this powerful monster hunters. With their overall strength, even among the commander-level monster hunters, they should be among the best, right? After the assessment was completed, the following process was simple. An hour later, the original commander-level monster hunters, number 21, was officially renamed to commander-level Monster Hunt 64. That's right, the number of commander-level monster hunters far exceeded the number of commander-level monster hunters. According to the staff of the mission tower, among all the monster hunters, the commander level and king level were the most numerous, followed by the overlord level, then the general level, warrior level, and legend level. The commander level, king level, and overlord level were also the mainstays of the monster hunters. The monster hunter's token was changed to be made of mithril, and Long Houchin was in charge of it. From this moment on, Long Houchin and the rest had officially become a core team of the monster hunters. With the newly upgraded token, Long Houchin led his teammates out of the monster hunters' mission tower, and the first thing they did was to head to the 3rd floor of the monster hunters' trading center. The magic that the aria of the goddess of light had brought him made him realize that he had to adapt to powerful equipment through actual combat. As for advancing further, it wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. Therefore, he was prepared to spend all his remaining merit points to increase the combat power of his teammates. It's so lively. As soon as they reached the 3rd floor of the trading center, Chining couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Indeed, compared to the 2 floors below, the 3rd floor of the trading center was especially lively. Although the area was the same as the 1st and 2nd floors, it was overcrowded. Almost every stall had some people gathered in front of it. The trading center's official trading platform on the 3rd floor was surrounded by at least a few dozen people. Lin Xan said, "I've long heard that the 3rd floor of the Monster Hunters Trading Center is the liveliest place. Now that I've seen it, it really does live up to its reputation." Sima Xian asked doubtfully, "Why?" Lin Xan said, "One reason is because there are a lot of general-tier monster hunters, and the other is that high-level monster hunters will also come down to purchase some items. Moreover, because there are a lot of general-tier monster hunters, the variety and quantity of the items they sell are also quite large. Even some king-tier monster hunters will come here to sell their items. How can it not be lively?" Long Houchin listened to Lin Xan's words and nodded. "Since that's the case, we'll stick to the old rules. Everyone will split up to look for suitable equipment, and then directly look for Lin Xan to purchase. I'll emphasize 2 points. Considering the overall increase in strength, Lin Xan, you'll be in charge. I, Kai, and Sima Huai will purchase. You, Yuan, Ing, and Hanyu will have priority. Yuan will have priority, followed by Hanyu. Hanyu, you'll have to buy a good sword." Everyone was convinced by Long Houchin's words. He had made such an arrangement only after considering the whole situation. Yuan hadn't gone through a spiritual stove synthesis, so her gains in fantasy heaven were the smallest. Moreover, her main equipment had always been the giant soul god shield. Although she had bought that spatial silver crystal for her, considering the overall increase in strength, she still had priority in choosing a legendary equipment. Han Yu didn't have a suitable weapon. As for Long Houchin himself, he was obviously at the back. Although he hadn't given Endless Night a dragon crystal, his aria of the Radiant Goddess was equivalent to using a dragon crystal to exchange for it. Moreover, he still had glorious sacred armor and glorious sacred shield, so he didn't need to change his equipment too much. At most, he just needed a radiant tier heavy sword. Everyone dispersed. Long Houchin pulled Kai, Er's hand, and casually looked around the crowded 3rd floor. What he wanted to do was to find some defensive or protective equipment for Kai, After all, Kai, Er's invisibility necklace wasn't that useful anymore after she reached the 6th stage. After walking through 2 stalls, Long Houchin couldn't help but inwardly exclaim in admiration. No wonder there were so many people here. There really was a lot of good stuff. Among them, the most sold were magic crystals. Moreover, they were all magic crystals from at least level 5 magic beasts. He even saw a level 8 magic crystal in one of the stalls. Using levels to describe it, it was naturally a level 8 expert from the demons. Apart from magic crystals, there were all kinds of rare materials and crystals. On the contrary, there was very little equipment. Many of the stalls didn't even have a single piece of equipment. Even if there was equipment for sale, it was only Radiant Tier and Spirit Demon Tier. After looking at 3 stalls, Long Houchen actually didn't see a single legendary equipment. When he came to the 4th stall, he still didn't see any trace of legendary equipment. He couldn't help but ask the stall owner, "Hello, is there any legendary equipment for sale here?" The stall owner was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He looked up at Long Houchen and Kai. Seeing that they were so young, he couldn't help but show a trace of surprise and asked, "Little brother, you guys have already advanced to the general rank at such a young age?" Long Houchen smiled faintly and said, "We were lucky. We just advanced to the commander rank. Plus, we're not young anymore. It's just that we look young." There was no helping it. Who asked them to be too young? Long Houchen didn't want to be the object of attention, so he could only say so. The stall owner chuckled and said, "Interesting. You were asking about legendary equipment just now, right? Not to mention that I don't have it here. I'm afraid you can't find more than a few on the entire 3rd floor. Once a piece of equipment reaches the legendary grade, its preciousness is comparable to a level. 9 magical beasts, magical crystal. We have the most general rank monster hunters here among the monster hunters. The conditions for advancing to the king rank monster hunters are extremely harsh. Which team hasn't accumulated a lot of merit points? Once a piece of legendary equipment appears, it will immediately be bought. Not to mention, after obtaining legendary equipment from outside, which team wouldn't first satisfy their own needs? If it wasn't completely useless, who would sell it? I suggest you go directly to the official counter in the trading center to take a look. Perhaps the chances of a legendary equipment appearing is higher. However, the price will also be more expensive than us monster hunters selling it ourselves. Thank you for your guidance, big brother." As fellow monster hunters, they were generally very kind to each other. Long Houchen respectfully thanked the senior. Just as he was about to bring Kai to the trading center counter, he was stopped by the middle-aged man. Chapter 126. "Little brother, I have a pretty good piece of equipment here. See if you need it." As he spoke, the middle-aged man tossed a small wrist guard to Long Houchen. Long Houchen was now at the 6th order, so he could sense the grade of the equipment just by sensing it. It was only a spirit-grade equipment. It felt slightly heavy in his hand. "Big brother, what's the use of this equipment?" Long Houchen asked curiously. The middle-aged man said, "It has an additional skill called absorption. Don't underestimate it just because it's only a spirit-grade equipment, but it's very useful in certain situations. It has an additional skill called absorption, which can last for up to 10 minutes by consuming 1 point of spiritual energy. It allows your hand with the wrist guard to produce an absorption effect on any smooth surface. Unless you remove it yourself or your arm is chopped off, it won't let go. Of course, every time you remove it, you'll need to consume 1 more point of spiritual energy." Long Houchen asked doubtfully, "Aren't we all grade 6 professions capable of flight?" This absorption ability. Without waiting for the stall owner to explain, Kai had already taken the wrist guard from Long Houchen's hand, nodded and said, "We'll take this equipment. How many merit points?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Sure enough, there's someone who knows his stuff. Not much. Just 10,000 merit points." "Okay, please wait a moment." Kai first returned the wrist guard to the stall owner, and after a while called Lin Xian over. Without haggling over the price, she directly paid 10,000 contribution points for this wrist guard and wore it on her left wrist. After leaving the stall, Long Houchen couldn't help but ask, "Kai, is this spirit-grade equipment really worth 10,000 merit points?" Kai smiled and said, "It might not be worth it, but it's something that money can't buy. Among equipment, it's a rare equipment. The so-called rare equipment is equipment that comes with some very special skills. This wrist guard skill is an absorption. According to the stall owner, it should be called absolute absorption. Don't think that we can adapt to any environment just because we have the ability to fly. Most of the time, this absolute absorption ability could save lives. Let me give you a simple example. If we were in an environment where flying was prohibited or underwater, how effective would our spirit wings be? Also, when facing magic beasts, I can use absolute absorption to keep myself in the most painful position of the enemy and continuously attack them. In short, you can't miss such a good thing. You'll see its specific effects in the future. As they spoke, they arrived at the official counter on the 3rd floor of the trading center and brought Lin Xan over. There were many people in front of the official counter, and there were also many receptionists behind the counter. Long Haochen and the other 2 squeezed in from the edge and finally got a staff member to receive them. "Hello, do you have any legendary equipment for sale now? We would like to purchase some," Long Haochen said to the staff. The staff was slightly taken aback, as if shocked by his wealth. "Please wait a moment, I need to check." Soon the staff returned. At present, there are still 2 pieces of legendary grade equipment that have not been sold or inspected. The other 2 were being examined. Would you like to have them inspected? The inspection he mentioned was for the demon hunters to inspect and evaluate the equipment before deciding whether or not to buy it. The 2 being inspected should be the other demon hunters in front of the counter. Long Haochen nodded and said, "We need to check both of them." The staff said, "Please pay the inspection fee of 20,000 merit points first. If you ultimately decide to buy these 2 pieces of equipment, the inspection fee can be included in the purchase price. If you give up on the purchase, the inspection fee is not refundable." Lin Xan couldn't accept it, shouting, "You guys are too shady. Just looking at it costs 10,000 merit points. Why don't you just rob someone? Do you know how difficult it is for us to kill enemies in the demons to obtain merit points?" The staff's expression didn't change. "I'm sorry, this is the trading center's rule. Because there are many problems with legendary grade equipment, if we casually inspect it, our work will be very difficult. If you have any other questions, you can negotiate with the trading center's enforcement department." Lin Xan wanted to say something, but Long Haochen raised his hand to stop him. "Forget it, Lin Xan. Give it to him." Lin Xan had always been known for pursuing the greatest benefits, but he couldn't go against Long Haochen's words. He could only unwillingly and reluctantly hand over the 20,000 merit points. However, his eyeballs were spinning around. No one knew what he was thinking. "Please wait a moment." After receiving the 20,000 merit points, the staff's attitude immediately became even more respectful. Being willing to take out 20,000 merit points to inspect the equipment proved that he had the ability to purchase it. He immediately put away his previous contempt for them because of their young age. There were many general-grade demon hunters in the surroundings, and the commotion here attracted the attention of many people. It must be known that not every general-grade monster hunters had the courage to spend tens of thousands of gold coins to inspect legendary-grade equipment. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 2 pieces of equipment that weren't within the scope of inspection. After waiting for a full quarter of an hour, the staff returned to the counter. He was accompanied by 2 other elderly staff members. These 2 were dressed in white robes. They were at least 50 years old and had a dignified bearing. Each of them was holding a box in their hands. The staff member said to Long Haochen and the other 2, "If the 3 of you are from the same Monster Hunters team, you can enter together for inspection." "Thank you." Long Haochen and the other 2 didn't stand on ceremony. They entered the counter through the side door opened by the staff member and were led to a room at the back by the 2 elderly staff members. The room wasn't big. It seemed to be a resting place for the staff members. The 2 staff members placed the boxes in their hands on the table and made an inviting gesture. At the same time, light flashed on their bodies. 2 layers of light, 1 silver and 1 gold, spread out, blocking the aura of the outside world from the inside. This was naturally to prevent the spiritual power of the legendary grade equipment from leaking out. One of the elderly said, you can start inspecting. The total time for the inspection of 2 pieces of equipment cannot exceed half an hour. Long Houchin gave Lin Xian a meaningful glance, and the two of them walked up to a box each, opening the lid on the box and slowly opening it. The lid of the box was very heavy. It seemed that the whole box was made of a special metal. When he saw the size of the 2 boxes, Long Houchin understood that the 2 legendary grade equipment should be weapons. When Long Houchin opened the box, he was hit by a strong wave of water vapor. An aqua blue staff appeared in front of him. The staff wasn't long, only about 2 meters. It was crystal blue all over and couldn't be seen what material it was made of. The staff had a soft, streamlined shape. From the bottom to the top, it became thinner and thinner. At the tip, there was a white snowflake exuding a cold aura. The design of the staff was simple and smooth, but it gave people a feeling of nobility and freshness. Long Houchin carefully took it out of the box. Suddenly, he felt a wave of extremely cold aura coming from the staff into his body. The strangest thing was that the blue color on the staff dissipated into mist when he moved, revealing the pure white body inside. The blue color from before was actually the almost solidified water element, as expected of a legendary grade. This staff is called Pride of Ice and Snow. It only has 2 skills, but they are both very practical. One is water coagulation, and the other is Pride of Ice. The water coagulation skill can directly transform the magic cast by a water magician into a more powerful ice element, while Pride of Ice has an explosive effect. Any water element skill can explode through Pride of Ice and increase the combat power of the skill itself. Simply put, if an icicle pierces into the enemy's body and then activates Pride of Ice, the result can be imagined. The strength of the skill also depends on the user's strength. The requirement to use this staff is to be a water magician and have an internal spiritual energy of more than 8,000. The price is 250,000 merit points. The old man standing at the side introduced the various aspects of this legendary grade staff. Another old man's voice rang out at this moment. The fire dragon's wings are made from the bone marrow of the ancient fire dragon's wings, supplemented by many precious materials, and then nurtured by the fire dragon's soul, finally becoming this legendary treasure. Suitable for fire warriors and magicians. Increases the gathering speed of fire element by 100%. Increases the flying speed of the spiritual wings by 100%. Additional skill, Fire Dragon's Protection. Rank 7 defensive spell, Solidify. Can be used 3 times a day. The requirement to use it is to have an internal spiritual energy of more than 8,000. The price is 320,000 merit points. 1 water and 1 fire, 2 legendary grade equipment. Without a doubt, Lin Xian's luck was much better. The fire dragon wings had a total of 2 enhancements and 1 skill. It could be considered a very powerful legendary grade equipment. Lin Xian held a pair of fiery red mini wings that were only the size of a palm in his hands. He asked the old man beside him doubtfully, "Senior, how do I use this thing?" The old man said, "Stick it close to your back and connect it with your internal spiritual energy and heart fire. Its power will be obvious. However, although you are a fire magician, do you have an internal spiritual energy of 8,000? Lin Xian shook his head helplessly and said, "My internal spiritual energy is only 5,000. Looks like I won't be able to use this thing for a while. Boss, what do we do?" The last question was naturally directed at Long Houchin. Long Houchin smiled indifferently and said, "We want both of them." Ah, the 2 old men were also startled. They looked at each other in disbelief. Long Houchin continued, "If the other legendary grade equipment is inspected by the demon hunters and not purchased, we hope that they can continue to inspect it. Lin Xian, first pay the contribution points of these 2 legendary equipment to these 2 seniors." Lin Xian looked dumbfounded at Long Houchin and said, "Boss, there's no need to be in such a hurry. This is 570,000 merit points. That's more than half of our savings. Besides, our team doesn't need an ice magic staff. Long Houchin smiled faintly and said, "Just do as I say." His prestige in the team had been built by going through fire and water, and Lin Exan had absolute trust in him. Enduring the pain, he paid the 2 legendary-grade equipment to the 2 old men. The 2 old men were still very surprised. One was surprised at how young Long Houchin and the others were, and the other was naturally surprised at how rich they were. Even those veteran commander-grade demon hunt squads wouldn't have an easy time taking out more than 500,000 contribution points. One had to know that killing a rank 6 demon would usually only give 1 or 2,000 merit points. How could 500,000 merit points be so easy to accumulate? Long Houchin said to Lin Exan, "Try and see if you can use the wings of the fire dragon." Lin Exan asked doubtfully, "Didn't you say that it requires 8,000 spiritual energy points to use?" Long Houchin said, "Did you forget about your heart's flame? Your flames are different from normal magicians, so it should lower the requirements for using some equipment. Give it a try. If it doesn't work, then save your strength for later." "That's right. Why didn't I think of that?" Lin Exan's eyes lit up. As he spoke, he put the mini wings that were emitting a faint golden red glow on his back. At the same time, he urged his spiritual energy to fuse with them. Buffed! A layer of blue flames suddenly rose from Lin Exan's body. Suddenly, the temperature in the room rose at an alarming rate. The 2 old men were shocked. They looked at each other and couldn't help but show expressions of admiration. They could naturally feel the high temperature of the flames. A faint dragon roar came from the wings of the fire dragon. The blue flames were wildly injected into them. Suddenly, the originally golden red wings of the fire dragon gradually emitted a dark blue glow. In the process of changing, it seemed like it was about to melt. Lin Exan loosened his grip on the wings of the fire dragon and poured all of his spiritual energy into it. After a few minutes, the wings of the fire dragon suddenly flourished with splendor, the dark blue flames erupting in a flash, then abruptly receding. Lin Exan seemed to be affected by it. His spiritual wings that emitted blue flames spread out from his back and fused with the wings of the fire dragon. Instantly, Lin Exan's spiritual wings at least doubled in size. They also looked much more solid than before. One could vaguely see that the spiritual wings were densely covered with a layer of dragon scales. The dark blue wings were as eye-catching as they could be. The aura he emitted also suddenly changed. There was a faint trace of dragon's might, and the flames of his heart of flame also became thicker. So satisfying. Lin Exan let out a long moan. As expected of a good item were 320,000 merit points. Even if I don't cultivate, my spiritual energy seems to increase faster than when I cultivate. This is too satisfying. Waha, this is really too satisfying. Seeing how he was dancing with joy, Long Houchin smiled and said, "All right, put away your spiritual wings. We should go out too. Maybe they will also gain something." As he spoke, he put the pride of ice and snow in his hand back into the box. He closed the box and kept it in the eternal melody. After emphasizing to the 2 old men their desire for legendary equipment, he left the room and returned to the trade center on the 3rd floor. Chapter 127. Walking out from behind the counter, Long Houchin and the other 2 looked very calm. It was hard to tell if they had gained anything. Although the demon hunters outside the counter were very curious, no one came up to ask questions. This was the rule. Don't pry into other people's secrets. Moreover, these demon hunters were actually more curious about the age of Long Houchin and the other 2. After all, they looked too young. Generally speaking, it was normal for one to become a demon hunter at around 30 years old. However, these 3 didn't look like they were 30 years old. In fact, they should be quite a distance away. "Boss, why do we want to buy those 2 legendary equipment?" Lin Xian lowered his voice and asked in Long Houchen's ear. At this moment, the excitement on his face had disappeared and was replaced by worry. The two legendary equipment cost 570,000 merit points, and the one that Lin Xian bought for himself cost 320,000 merit points. Previously, Long Houchen said that Wang Yuan and Han Yu should be prioritized. Long Houchen said, haven't you noticed? Legendary equipment isn't that easy to buy. It's not like we can buy whatever we want. I've seen some shops and legendary equipment is in high demand. It's even possible that apart from the official trading center, no one else is selling it. In this case, we have to change our plan. Buy what we can and give it to whoever we can. Merit points are just numbers. Equipment is real. Lin Xian said doubtfully, but what about the icy pride? None of us can use it. Kai, I suddenly said in a low voice, you're usually quite smart. Why are you so stupid now? Because no one is willing to spend 10,000 gold coins for an inspection. These demon hunters who buy things don't know what the official legendary equipment is. We can't use it ourselves, but can't other demon hunters use it? You can just set up a stall and use it to exchange for the legendary equipment we need. According to the attributes of the equipment given by the other party, we can make up for it with merit points. This way, we can at least have the opportunity to buy legendary equipment. That's right, Lin Xian suddenly realized. He patted his forehead and laughed. Then he turned around and ran away. He couldn't wait to set up his stall, just as Long Houchen had expected. The rest of the team failed to find any suitable legendary equipment on the third floor of the trading center. Lin Xian's stall was not successful either. He wanted to exchange the pride of ice and snow for legendary equipment of the space or light attribute. However, there were very few legendary equipment of the space attribute, and there were many people who needed legendary equipment of the light attribute. There were many people who paid attention to the pride of ice and snow, but no one wanted to exchange for it. However, it could be said that he had gained something this time. At the very least, Lin Xian's strength had increased further. With the blue flame phoenix, spiritual stove, and the fire spell attached to the fire crystal staff, Lin Xian's role in the team continued to increase. His strength was enhanced by the fire dragon's wings, which was a pretty good boost for the whole team. All the way until the evening, when they still hadn't gained anything else, did everyone return to the villa. After eating dinner, Lin Xian and Sima Xian slipped out. Lin Xian naturally went to deliver the dragon crystal to Endless Night. Sima Xian said that he was going to protect him, but his real goal was naturally in the bedroom. Kai Er and Long Houchen sat facing each other. Seeing Long Houchen's pondering expression, Kai Er asked, "Are you still worried about equipment?" Long Houchen's eyebrows relaxed a bit, and he said with a smile, "Yeah, I didn't think that I wouldn't be able to spend my merit points." Kai Er shook her head and said, "Actually, you don't have to be like this." HM? Long Houchen's eyes revealed a trace of inquiry. Kai Er said, "Don't you feel that you're a bit too eager for quick success? Ever since we monster hunters were established, even though we've experienced many difficulties and obstacles, our growth speed has left people speechless. In a short year, we went from a soldier-level monster hunters to a commander level. Actually, what we need right now isn't to continue increasing our strength at this speed. Perhaps our cultivation is still stable, but everyone's mentality is a bit restless." Hearing her words, Long Houchen immediately revealed a pondering expression. He nodded his head and said, "You're right. Continue." Kai Er said, "Right now, every one of us has at least radiant level equipment. We still have a lot of merit points left." "That's right. Of course it's good to give everyone legendary equipment. But with our current strength, everyone might not be able to use powerful legendary equipment. Merit points should indeed be exchanged for battle strength, but it's not just equipment that requires merit points. Moreover, there are still many areas that we can improve in. I feel that apart from increasing our strength, What we need the most right now is a period of stability. As for changing to legendary equipment, we can wait until our cultivation reaches rank 7 before we can fully change. I've asked Grandpying. Among the commander-level monster hunters, it's already quite good for a team to have 1 legendary equipment. What about us? Apart from Lin Xn's equipment, your aria of the Goddess of Light, my Sword of Samsara, and Seema's Ball of Light, which is about to be completed, will definitely advance to legendary. Yuan Yuan's Divine Spirit Shield will also advance to legendary after it has the empty silver crystal socketing. We already have 5 pieces of legendary equipment and above. Moreover, all of us have spiritual stoves. 6 of us even have synthetic spiritual stoves. I dare say that if the commander-level monster hunters held an internal competition, we could even become the final champion. Today, you even defeated a rank 7 temple knight by yourself. Han, you didn't even make a move during the entire process. After saying so much, I want to tell you that our current strength is already quite strong. Therefore, you don't have to worry about improving everyone's strength. Long Houchin nodded silently and said, "Then what do you think we should do next?" Kai, said, "According to your original plan, there will be no change. We can continue to look for legendary equipment. Let Lin Xan set up a stall for half an hour every day. A legendary pride of ice and snow is enough to attract attention. As long as he goes there at a fixed time every day, people who want to exchange for it will be able to get it sooner or later. We can start to use the few remaining dragon crystals to improve everyone's overall external spiritual power. At the same time, everyone will cultivate their spiritual power. Entering the Tower of Eternity should wait for a while. But with the cultivation of internal spiritual power as the main focus, we can gradually disperse the impetuosity in our hearts and gradually calm down. We need this period of time to recuperate. At the same time, we can also take out a part of the merit points for everyone to exchange for skills that they need. Promoted to rank 6, we will always need some powerful secret skills to enhance our strength. This is also a way to improve our combat power. And I think it's better to work on skills than equipment, because once a skill is learned, it can be used forever. Looking at Kai, Long Houchin's face gradually showed a trace of a smile. You are right, you should have told me this earlier. Kai gently shook her head and said, "There is nothing wrong with your decision and plan. What's more, you are the leader of our general class Monster Hunt 64. We only discussed it in private. Don't tell them that I helped you with the idea. It's best for an excellent team to have only one voice, even if we—" At this point, her pretty face slightly blushed, but she didn't continue. Long Houchin took Kai's hand and said softly, "You are really my good wife. Let me hug you, okay?" "No," Kai exclaimed, floated to the ground and hid to the side. Ever since they openly met in the fantasy paradise, she became much more shy than before and wouldn't easily let Long Houchin get close to her. Long Houchin helplessly scratched his head. "Don't run away. Do you think I would force you?" Kai chuckled. "So annoying. Who's your good wife? You're only 15 years old and you're already so bad." Long Houchin chuckled and said, "I don't know who it was that insisted on sleeping in the same bed as me. Seems like this person is even younger than me." Early morning. Long Houchin, Kai, and their companions habitually sat in the living room to eat breakfast. Sima Xian was holding a big bowl of porridge, eating noisily. Chan Ing couldn't help but sneak around the table and said, "Baldy, can you pay attention to your image?" Lin Xan chuckled and said, "Don't mind him, he's depressed right now." Long Houchin said, "That's right. Yesterday you gave the dragon crystal to Miss Endless Night. What did she say? Also, what's with Seema?" Lin Xan said, "Miss Night didn't want our dragon crystal. She said, 'You're right, the godly sword shouldn't be measured with money. You being able to make it shine again. Miss Night is already very satisfied. If we're really willing to compensate her, in the future when she has a request, let us do something for her." Long Houchin wrinkled his brows. He would rather pay the price of a dragon crystal than make a promise to the other side. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Then make another trip today. Tell her that I can promise her one thing, but it can only be done by myself. It can't involve our team." "Okay," Lin Xian replied. Long Houchin looked towards Sima Xian, who was still trying hard to eat, and gave Lin Xian an inquiring look. Lin Xian chuckled and said he's been dealt a blow. He did see that little white flower, but she directly told him, "I don't like baldies, and I especially don't like baldy clerics." Then she left and didn't even look him in the eye. Isn't this turning her grief and indignation into food? Chan Ing-er giggled from the side and said, "Sima, you can't be giving up just like that, right? Chasing a girl isn't that easy. But no matter how I look at it, you don't have much hope of chasing that little white flower. A beauty and a beast, the contrast is too strong." Sima Xian finally raised his head. There were still a few grains of rice on his face, who said, "I'm giving up?" Go gets braver the more frustrated I get. Doesn't she not like baldies? With Brother Yao, I'll still go with you today. I'll just get a fake mask, okay? If I don't like clerics, I'll wear armor today. It turned out that in order to show that he was very cultured yesterday, this guy specially changed into a cleric's robe and went to the Sanctuary Alliance Grand Auction with Lin Xian. Hearing him say that, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Han Yu chuckled and said, "Go, Sima. We'll support you spiritually. Pluck that little white flower of yours as soon as possible." Sima Xian wasn't ugly. On the contrary, he had a kind of masculine handsomeness. His chiseled face was resolute and tough. Coupled with his sturdy and stalwart figure, it was easy to give people a sense of security. Lin Xian chuckled and said, "I think you don't have to wear a fake mask. It's best to show your true colors. Otherwise, even if you really get her, if she finds out that you're not what you look like, wouldn't there be a story?" Wang Yuanyuan nodded and said, "Brother Yao is right. Since you're pursuing her, the first thing you have to do is to be sincere. Without sincerity, how can you talk about anything else?" Sima patted his bald head and said with a face full of grief and indignation, "So it's so hard to get a girl. I think it's pretty easy for the leader too." "What did you say?" Kai, who had been silent all this while, slowly raised her head. I didn't say anything. I'm full." After saying that, the bald man fled. Kai, turned to Long Houchin and said, "Is it really that easy? Then I'll make it a little more difficult for you in the future. I'm also full." After saying that, she stood up and went back to her room. Long Houchin didn't see that when she left, there was a trace of a smile in her eyes. Dumbfounded as he watched Kai, leave, Long Houchin said innocently, "Aren't I being shot even when I'm not lying down?" Lin Xian chuckled and said, "Boss, I'm not the type to stir up trouble. But Sima is trying to stir up trouble between you and the vice leader. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to tolerate it." Long Houchin suddenly stood up and glanced at Lin Xian calmly. "I don't need to tolerate it." Then he shouted towards a certain person's room, "Sima Xian, come practice close combat with me." The vice leader of the Temple League, the vice leader of the Knights Templars, and the Holy Knight leader, Han Q, was in a good mood recently. Ever since the Knights Templars had a genius like Long Houchin, other than dealing with various matters in the temple, he spent most of his attention on Long Houchin and his monster hunters. When Long Houchin and the others successfully passed the test and became general tier monster hunters, Han Q was really worried for a period of time. Although he was Long Houchin's grandmaster and held a high position in the Temple League, the existence of monster hunters had its own independence. Even Han Q couldn't easily interfere with the affairs of the monster hunters. The reason why Han Q sent a rank 7 Temple Knight to test Long Houchin was simple. He hoped that they wouldn't pass the general tier monster hunters test and take on a more difficult mission. Didn't the Alliance just give you 1,000,000 merit points? You guys should behave yourselves and settle down. However, he didn't expect Long Houchen to be so powerful that he could defeat the Temple Knight with his rank 6 strength without any suspense. Helpless, Han Q couldn't do anything else. Just when he thought that Long Houchen and his monster hunters would take on another mission and leave the holy city, Long Houchen and his companions chose to go into seclusion. They hung a seclusion sign outside the villa and didn't want to be disturbed by the outside world. Moreover, this closed-door cultivation lasted for 4 months. How could Han Q not be happy with this discovery? The excellence of these children didn't make them overly confident. Under such circumstances, they still chose to settle down their strength and go into seclusion to consolidate what they learned. It could be said that they already had the mentality of a truly powerful monster hunters. These young people were actually more stable than many veteran monster hunters. Yes, Long Houchen and the others had indeed been in seclusion for more than 4 months, and they were still in seclusion. They didn't intend to end their seclusion process in a short period of time. However, today was also an important day for them. Tower of Eternity. Long Houchen, Kai, Hanyu, Sima Xian, Wang Yu and Yuan, Hanyu and Qinning, the 7 of them were fighting in a row. Boss, who's going to do it? Sima Xian asked Long Houchen eagerly. Not far in front of the 7 of them was the red skeleton, who had been fighting and training with them and had fully trained their close combat ability. It was because of the continuous fighting with the skeleton that they gradually mastered some of the mysteries of ancient martial arts. And today was also the day when they were determined to break through all the tests on the first floor of the Tower of Eternity. For more than 4 months, under Kai, reminder, Long Houchen decided to lead his companions to focus on internal spiritual power cultivation, to calm their impetuous hearts, to experience the changes in their own strength since breaking through to the 6th order, to practice their acquired skills, to look for legendary equipment to purchase, and to use the heaven-defying demon dragon clan's demonic crystal with various precious medicinal herbs to boil their bodies in water. The role of the heaven-defying demon dragon clan's demonic crystal was greater than expected. After removing the impurities and dark attributes from it through some rare medicinal herbs, Long Houchen and the others could feel the powerful effect of washing the marrow and changing the tendons every time they soaked. Whether it was strength, flexibility, defense, or attack, they had all been comprehensively improved. However, every time they used it, the volume of the demonic crystal would also shrink a little until it completely disappeared. In more than 4 months, they had used 3 heaven-defying demon dragon clan's demonic crystal, and everyone felt that the improvement of external spiritual power was negligible. Only then did they stop soaking. However, these external spiritual power improvements were not for nothing. The supplementary medicinal herbs they used had cost them nearly 4 million gold coins and 150,000 merit points. As everyone wished, one of them was a legendary heavy sword for Hanyu, and the other belonged to Qinning. It was a legendary accessory called the prayer necklace. The legendary heavy sword was exchanged with the pride of ice and snow and 100,000 merit points. Then, with the prayer necklace and Long Houchen's purchase of a Radiance heavy sword and some secret techniques, the team now only had about 50,000 merit points left. What seemed like a lot of merit points had already been squandered by them. For more than 4 months, it could be said that they had been spending these merit points, and now they were naturally almost exhausted. I'll do it. This senior skeleton taught us what it means to be aggressive, like fire. I hope to defeat him in a one-on-one situation, so that his accompanying us for so long won't be in vain, Long Houchen said in a deep voice. Everyone had no objections, and they spread out slightly to give him enough space. With the brilliant sacred shield in his left hand and the light ripple-heavy sword in his right, Long Houchen strode toward the red skeleton that stood proudly like a mountain. The 2 sides rapidly approached each other. Behind Long Houchen, a golden light flashed, and 4 dazzling wings unfurled. When he was within 20 meters of the red skeleton's eyes lit up, and its 3-meter-tall body shot towards Long Houchen like a jet of flames. Long Houchen did not retreat. His footsteps suddenly sped up, and he also rushed towards the red skeleton. However, he did not use charge or assault. The distance between the two sides rapidly shortened. When the red skeleton was about 5 meters away, it suddenly crouched down, and the huge bone blade in its hand slashed towards Long Houchen's neck. Long Houchen had lost count of the number of times he had fought with it, so he naturally knew that the red skeleton's crouching action had endless tricks up its sleeves. His forward footsteps did not change, but his footsteps slowed down a bit, and at the same time he became much more agile. He suddenly bent down, and his arms retracted a bit, dodging the red skeleton's blade. The red skeleton's legs exerted force, and its body suddenly exploded, making a half-turn. At the same time, the shield in its left hand swept towards Long Houchen with an earth-shattering force. The red skeleton's body was huge, and its shield was also extremely thick. This sweep made Long Houchen feel that he could not avoid it. Of course, Long Houchen could use his spiritual wings to fly, but he did not do so. Within the Tower of Eternity, height was also limited. If he forcibly flew up, it would be difficult to control himself from crashing into the anti-air barrier in the air. What was unimaginable was that Long Houchen, who saw that he could not dodge, actually made a move that was almost impossible in battle. Crawl. Yes, at the moment when the red skeleton's shield was swung out, he actually crawled to the ground. The huge shield almost brushed past his back. The recoil of the shield against the ground caused Long Houchen to bounce up the moment he crawled. The ripples of light bloomed into thousands of rays of light, shrouding the red skeleton that had temporarily lost the protection of the shield. It was the demon-slaying flash. It could be said that Long Houchen's response could be described as wonderful. With the improvement of his external spiritual power by the dragon crystal, his flexibility was greatly enhanced, and it was enough to support himself to make many movements that he could not do before. The red skeleton did not panic because of Long Houchen's surprise attack. The huge bone blade instantly made a diagonal slashing action. It was actually the Shura slash. That's right, it used the Shura slash with one hand. Moreover, it even caught the momentum of the shield. After fighting with the red skeleton many times, the most profound thing that Long Houchen and his companions learned was that in battle, no action was superfluous. However, this time, the red skeleton clearly miscalculated. The thousands of cold rays suddenly condensed into a single point, directly hitting the blade of its bone blade. With a crisp clang, the huge body of the red skeleton was actually forced to take a step back. As a result, the shield in its left hand could not follow up with a follow-up attack. At this time, Long Houchen, who was passively defending, launched an all-out counterattack. With his left foot on the ground, Long Houchen's body suddenly shot forward with the power of the sword. The ripples of light in his hand almost instantly turned into an intense white. Immediately after, a white ray of light shot out from the sword, directly colliding with the red skeleton. The sword turned white. Naturally, it was a holy sword, and that white ray of light was the special attack of the holy sword state, Shenhua. Even the red skeleton did not dare to underestimate Shenhua's attack power. In desperation, it could only use its shield to protect itself. Amidst the loud bang, Xinghua's powerful attack made it take another step back. At this time, Long Houchen was already in front of it. The glorious holy shield had already been put away. At this time, Long Houchen only had the ripples of light shining with the radiance of the holy sword in his hands. Shura slash. In an instant, Long Houchen seemed to have entered a special state, exuding an extremely sharp sword intent. The simple Shura slash was used by him, but it felt like he had become one with the sword. One could clearly see that with his body as the center, a circle of white light with a diameter of 5 meters instantly contracted inward. Because Long Houchen's combo was too fast, the red skeleton could not attack him in time. It could only continue to defend with its shield. At the same time, it tilted its body slightly, and used the shield to receive the attack from the side in an attempt to counterattack. However, it underestimated the power of Long Houchen's sword. The essence, energy, and spirit that were raised to the extreme in an instant made Long Houchen's sword full of an invincible spirit. Sword intent was what Long Houchen had gradually comprehended from the aria of the Goddess of Light. The reason why he did not use the divine sword was that he did not want to destroy the red skeleton's body. Boom! The shield shattered, and the red skeleton was actually sent flying by the sword. Moreover, because its body was facing Long Houchen diagonally, it also made a half-turn in the air when it was sent flying. The four wings spread out behind Long Houchen finally flapped at this moment, and a lightning-like golden light flashed in the air. He kicked the red skeleton's waist, and at the same time, the ripple of time cut off the red skeleton's right hand that was holding the bone knife. The moment these two movements were completed, Long Houchen in the air half-turned his elbow and hit the red skeleton's throat with the tip of his right elbow. This series of attacks was completed almost instantaneously. In the next moment, one person and one skeleton had suddenly separated. The red skeleton was thrown 30 feet away and smashed on the ground. Its right hand that was holding the bone knife had also been separated from its body and fell to the ground. Looking at this extremely exciting battle, the eyes of the General Class Monster Hunt 64 members all showed eagerness. They had won. After nearly a year, they had finally defeated this powerful red skeleton. Moreover, in a one-on-one situation, Long Houchen did not let Yiting and Haiyue assist him in the battle. This was respect for the strong. Woo! The red skeleton seemed to let out a groan as it used its left hand to support its body and slowly climbed up from the ground. Long Houchen once again released the glorious sacred shield from the eternal melody in front of him, ready to continue the battle. However, the red skeleton did not attack again. It stared at Long Houchen for a full 10 seconds, and then it slowly nodded to him. Then it actually knelt on one knee and made a gesture of worship to Long Houchen. This is... Long Houchen looked at it in surprise. Senior, you don't have to do this. Master, Holy Guard number 12 reporting to you. A deep and vicissitude voice came from the mouth of the red skeleton. In any world outside the Tower of Eternity, any creature that wants to hurt you must step over my broken bones. As soon as the voice fell, the huge body of the red skeleton suddenly turned into a red light and flew towards Long Houchen. In the air, its body became smaller and smaller. When it arrived in front of Long Houchen, it had already turned into a small cluster of red flames. In the next moment, it disappeared into the eternal melody. Long Houchen only felt a slight warmth in his chest. When he opened his lapel and looked down, he could clearly see that on the white skull gem of the eternal melody that was emitting a golden light, there was a small cluster of red flames jumping slightly. Holy Guard number 12? Looking at the ground where the broken hand, bone knife, and shield fragments had disappeared without a trace, Long Houchen could not help but feel a little sluggish. Boss, what's going on? Is it a skill or spiritual power enhancement? Sima Xian asked excitedly. They also saw the red light, but did not hear Holy Guard number 12's voice, so they all thought it was the same as before. Long Houchen shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I'm going to be forced to become a necromancer. He repeated Holy Guard number 12's words and said, If I'm not wrong, I should have the ability to summon the red skeleton as a guard. Wait a moment, I'll try. As he spoke, Long Houchen slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, a red light flashed, and the tall red skeleton, Holy Guard number 12, appeared in front of Long Houchen. Its broken arm and broken shield had completely recovered, and a blazing, wild aura slowly bloomed. Long Houchen opened his eyes. He realized that his soul seemed to be connected to this red skeleton. It could completely listen to his orders and fight. Moreover, it had a certain degree of self-awareness, which was the battle instinct that Long Houchen and the others had seen before. Everyone looked at each other. No one knew if this was a good thing or a bad thing. They all knew about the disasters that necromancers had brought to the continent. Long Houchen was a knight with the Son of Light constitution. If he really became a necromancer, it would be too ridiculous, and the Temple League would definitely not accept it. However, this Holy Guard number 12 had already entered Long Houchen's eternal melody. How could they chase it out? Long Houchen could not completely control his eternal melody. Long Houchen. Kai! I held Long Houchen's hand. Actually, I think you're thinking too much. There was nothing in this world that was completely good or evil. If a necromancer can be a light mage, what else is impossible? You have this power, but you don't have to use it. Moreover, this red skeleton with the soul of a strong person doesn't have any aura of death. You'll only summon it to deal with the demons. If you use it to slay the demons, why would you have any psychological burden? Hanyu nodded and said Vice Leader is right. Although this Tower of Eternity was left behind by the necromancer Electrolux, it doesn't have any hostility towards us. However, it doesn't have any enmity towards you and us. Instead, with its help, our strength continues to increase. As long as our hearts don't waver, the views of the secular world don't matter. What's more, we can completely conceal its existence. Sima Xian said, yes. More than 70% of the monster hunters end up in the territory of the demons. Who knows, we might die there one day. Boss, don't think too much. If it's accepted, then so be it. Come, let's continue forward and see what else is on this first floor. With the support of his companions, Long Houchen's face relaxed a little. In fact, after so long, he had thought it through. But he didn't want to cause disharmony in the team because of this matter. He underestimated the trust his companions had in him. No one questioned him. His spiritual power was connected to the eternal melody. With a slight thought from Long Houchen, the 12th Holy Guard had already turned into a red light and hid inside, as if it was nourished by the eternal melody. Maintain the formation and continue forward, Long Houchen shouted. With glorious holy shield and light ripple in hand, he took the lead. Light ripple was a radiance grade heavy sword with a very powerful skill. When it attacked, it would bring along a spiritual ripple that looked like a shadow, acting as a secondary attack. Its power was about 1/3 of a direct attack. In other words, when Long Houchen used the holy sword to attack, the secondary attack's power would be 1/3 of a holy sword's. This was also the main reason why the 12th Holy Guard couldn't withstand Long Houchen's attack at all. Of course, Long Houchen also understood that if the 12th Holy Guard had a set of equipment of the same level as him, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat him. After all, in terms of combat skills, Long Houchen had learned from him. This time, they sneaked for a full 20 meters before the Tower of Eternity reacted. Moreover, it seemed that they were getting closer to the end of the first floor. They could vaguely see a tall statue at the innermost part of the first floor. A crystal blue light descended from the sky. In the blue light, a skeleton that looked no different from the 12th Holy Guard slowly rose from the ground. The icy blue halo seemed to be instantly injected into its body. However, its body didn't expand like the 12th Holy Guard. Instead, it maintained a height of about 8 meters. However, the skeleton's bones had completely turned dark blue. 2 blue soul fires pulsed violently in its eye sockets. In its right hand, a long-handled staff quietly appeared. It's a magic skeleton. Everyone be careful. Long Houchen shouted. At the same time, his body charged towards the blue skeleton like an arrow. He raised his speed to the maximum in an instant. He had a hunch that this should be the last stage of the first floor of the Tower of Eternity. After passing this stage, everything in the first floor of the Tower of Eternity would be presented to them. Blazing golden flames instantly rose around Long Houchen's body, illuminating the Tower of Eternity. He didn't just want to fight against the opponent that was obviously of the ice element. At the same time, he wanted to illuminate the surroundings for his companions so that they could deal with the blue skeleton's attack. There was a fundamental difference between the blue skeleton and the red skeleton in the 6th floor. When its soul fire was ignited, it didn't make any sound. Instead, it seemed extremely calm. In the face of Long Houchen's charge, its body slid backward as if it was stuck to ice. At the same time, the staff in its hand gently pointed forward. A thick, icy mist had already covered the sky and covered the earth as it headed towards Long Houchen. Hee, it's time for me to show my power. Lin Xian's excited voice sounded. A layer of blue flame suddenly appeared in front of Long Houchen as if it was emitted by him. Chapter 128. When the icy mist from the blue skeletal staff landed on Long Houchen, he felt a chill run through his body. The flames of the sun that he released were being completely suppressed, and his movements were clearly slowed down. A chill that came from the bottom of his heart instantly spread throughout his body, as if his soul had become sluggish because of the icy mist. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. Lin Xian's flaming heart had already blocked in front of him. When the icy mist and the flaming heart's flaming heart came into contact, a strange popping sound was heard. The flaming heart's flaming heart continued to weaken, and the icy mist quickly melted away. Without a doubt, the icy mist released by the skeleton was not an ordinary icy mist, but Lin Xian's flaming heart's flaming heart was not an ordinary flame either. When the two offset each other, Lin Xian's flaming heart's flaming heart had the upper hand. Of course, this was also because Long Houchen's flames of the sun had already weakened the skeleton's offensive. The soul fire in the blue skeleton's eye sockets flickered slightly. The staff in its hand transformed into a mysterious trajectory in the air. It was chanting in a low voice, but Long Houchen couldn't make out what it was. However, a sparkling blue ice flower floated out of the staff. The speed of this ice flower didn't seem to be very fast, but Long Houchen only felt that the scenery in front of him suddenly became illusory. Then his surroundings turned ice blue. From where the others were standing, Long Houchen's body paused for a moment, and then his whole body was enveloped by a huge ice flower. What a powerful magic! At this time, the General Tier Monster Hunt 64 members naturally would not wait any longer, and launched an all-out attack on the blue skeleton. Lin Xian's flaming heart fell on the huge ice flower, trying to melt it. Kai'er, Wang Yuanyuan, Sima Xian, and Han Yu rushed towards the blue skeleton at the same time. Their movements were very coordinated. The four of them split up and rushed forward. Although it couldn't be said that they came from 4 different directions, they tried to put as much distance as possible so that the blue skeleton couldn't concentrate its attack. Chen Inger was already sitting on the ground. She held her crystal ball with both hands and silently chanted an incantation. On her chest, 2 strange rays of light, 1 gold and 1 silver, quietly appeared. They were like 2 balls of fire that revolved around her crystal ball. With each revolution, the spiritual power around Chen Inger's body would increase a little. In the middle of her eyebrows, a thin white line quietly appeared, faintly emitting white light. In the face of everyone's all-out attack, the blue skeleton didn't retreat. Instead, it suddenly slammed the staff in its hand on the ground. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, the huge ice flower that froze Long Houchen suddenly exploded. The tyrannical explosive force scattered countless pieces of ice in all directions. Not only did these pieces of ice cover the entire layer of the tunnel, but they also set off a large wave of air. Even with everyone's cultivation, their forward momentum was abruptly halted. Kai'er's dark gold dagger transformed into countless light spots in the air. Every stab of the dagger would definitely break a ball of ice, but her eyes were looking in Long Houchen's direction. Not only her, but Wang Yuanyuan, Sima Xian, and Han Yu also did the same. The power of this ice flower explosion was so strong, would it even affect Long Houchen? Long Houchen was fine. At least on the surface, he still looked intact. However, The golden red flames that rose on his body and the flaming heart that Lin Exen had added to his body had been completely extinguished. His face was also a little pale, and there was a clear layer of frost on his body. Thick, cold air densely covered the tunnel. Everyone could clearly feel their bodies stiffen. It should be known that after soaking in the dragon crystal medicinal liquid, their external spiritual power had greatly increased. Even if they couldn't completely absorb the medicinal effect, their external spiritual power had at least broken through 3,000 points. Even so, they felt their hands and feet stiffen. 7th grade. Without a doubt, this blue skeleton's cultivation was at the 7th grade. Moreover, its control of magic was like the red skeleton's ancient martial arts. It could be described as perfect. A loud and clear phoenix cry rang out at this moment. The blazing flaming heart instantly rose, the scorching heat quickly dissolving the cold in the air. At the same time, the blue flame phoenix had already soared into the sky, passing everyone and heading straight for the blue skeleton. Lin Exen no longer cared about the spiritual stove's backlash. This blue skeleton was so strong that all of his companions had been slowed down. If he allowed it to continue attacking, it would be difficult for them to pass this stage. The 7 general grade Monster Hunt 64 members had already reached a tacit understanding. Han Yu suddenly raised the golden red legendary heavy sword in his hand. With a loud shout, a thick golden red color instantly dyed his whole body. It wasn't flames, but a pure color change. Even his eyes were dyed golden red. The stiffness of his body was instantly lifted, and he dragged a golden red shadow as he rushed straight for the blue skeleton. Sima Xian's body moved horizontally, and he was already in front of Long Haochen. His vigorous light pill had finally been recast a month ago, and he was holding it in his hand at this moment. Compared to before, the volume of the vigorous light pill hadn't changed much, but it had become dark gold, and there was a faint, fierce aura constantly spreading. The original glorious light pill had been successfully upgraded to the legendary level after recasting. Moreover, if Sima Xian's external spiritual power hadn't been enhanced by the dragon crystal, he wouldn't have been able to use this terrifying equipment at all. In a flash of silver light, Wang Yuanyuan disappeared into thin air, and Kai Air also disappeared in the air in an instant. For people attacked, and one person protected Long Haochen. This was true tacit understanding. The blue skeleton was no longer calm as it faced the blue flame phoenix. Its chanting had clearly become hurried. It pointed the staff in its hand towards the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 ear-piercing buzzing sounds echoed as 3 huge ice crystals suddenly drilled out of the ground. They crisscrossed as they flew towards the blue flame phoenix. At the same time, a layer of ice blue light instantly spread from the blue skeleton's body, forming a layer of transparent blue light shield. Boom! The 3 thick ice crystals shattered at the same time, and the cold air that had previously filled the tunnel also disappeared in an instant. The attack power of Lin Exen's blue phoenix was indeed terrifying, and the strength of the heart's flame was obviously stronger than the blue skeleton's ice. However, the main difference between the two was the spiritual power. In the end, the blue phoenix couldn't continue forward, and with a low phoenix cry, it turned around and flew towards Lin Exen. In a flash of silver light, the first to attack was Wang Yuanyuan. The divine soul shield was like a mountain-splitting axe, and with the help of the spiritual stove, Wang Yuanyuan's attack arrived almost instantaneously, fiercely striking the blue skeleton's light shield. In the end, 2 pieces of empty silver crystals were refined from the auction, and Wang Yuanyuan could mount them. However, the current her could only attach 1 piece, otherwise it would exceed the range of her use. Even so, after adding the empty silver crystal, the divine soul shield was directly upgraded to the legendary level. As the shield slashed out, a gigantic and terrifying silver figure flashed behind Wang Yuanyuan's back. In the midst of a violent roar, the blue shield shattered. However, the blue skeleton was also amazing. In such a disadvantageous situation, it suddenly lowered its body, as if it was skating on ice, and used the shield to cushion its attack to avoid Wang Yuanyuan's axe attack. At the same time, a circle of pure white ice suddenly spread and forcefully pushed Wang Yuanyuan away. At this time, Han Yu had also arrived. His whole body was golden red, and he seemed to have entered a special state. The reddish-gold heavy sword in his hand slashed out, and like a golden-red hurricane, it swept towards the blue skeleton. Squeak! A sharp sound came from the blue skeleton's mouth, and an ice wall instantly blocked in front of Han Yu. However, in the next moment, the ice wall was smashed into pieces by Han Yu's golden-red greatsword. A circle of white ice appeared under Han Yu's feet, and in an instant it exploded, and a tyrannical cold air swept over his body. However, Han Yu, who was covered in reddish-gold color, seemed to have entered a state of invincibility. He actually ignored the cold air's corrosion on his body, and the heavy sword still slashed towards the blue skeleton. The blue skeleton was finally at its wit's end, and the soul fire in its eye sockets fluctuated violently. It raised the staff in its hand to block, and at the same time its body was instantly covered with a layer of thick ice armor. Although the blue skeleton had powerful magic abilities, it did not have the powerful close combat strength of the red skeleton. Even with the ice armor's defense, it was still sent flying by Han Yu's sword, and even its staff was split into two. What was more terrifying was that the red light on Han Yu's heavy sword had a special kind of stickiness, and the blue skeleton actually stopped for a moment the moment it was sent flying. Next, it was time for Han Yu to perform. The blood-red heavy sword fluttered up and down, and with each slash, the red skeleton's body was covered with a layer of terrifying red. The ice armor on its body only withstood 3 attacks before it was shattered. Han Yu's last slash directly hit the blue skeleton's shoulder, and its body was split in half. Kair, who was hiding in the dark, did not make a move. Since Han Yu had already finished killing the blue skeleton, there was naturally no need for her to make a move. Long Haochen also gradually recovered from the previous coldness, but his face was still a little pale. The blue skeleton's attack on his body was quite terrifying. Fortunately, he had the holy fire brought by Yiting, and he also had the support of the fire of the sun and the flame of the heart, as well as the radiant holy armor's holy light protection, which offset most of the explosive force. Even so, it took Long Haochen nearly 20 seconds to completely expel the chill. The entire battle did not last long, but it was not easy to defeat this blue skeleton. One must know that in the real world, Long Haochen could single-handedly fight a powerhouse of the 7th step. But just now, they had gathered the strength of almost everyone just to defeat this blue skeleton. If it was not for Lin Xian's blue flame phoenix greatly weakening the blue skeleton's strength, it would have been even more difficult for them to win this battle. On the other side, Qin Inger, who was chanting an incantation, had already stopped. In that instant just now, there were actually 3 living soul gates quietly opening behind her. However, the incantation was interrupted, and the 3 living soul gates also disappeared. This was the powerful effect of the stacking time spiritual stove, which was formed by the combination of the substitute spiritual stove and the spiritual stove of time. Of course, she could only use this ability once a day. Fortunately, there was not too strong of a backlash. 3 times the summoning. To a summoner, this was almost a heaven-defying ability. It was just that the current Qin Inger could not fully display its power due to her own body. The blue skeleton's broken body gradually emitted a layer of blue light, and a slightly sharp voice echoed in the air. Holy Guard number 1, reporting to Master. Its body that had split into 2 on the ground suddenly floated up and turned into 2 streams of light that went straight towards Long Haochen. Just like the red skeleton from before, it also merged into the eternal melody in Long Haochen's chest. The eternal melody's gem was in the shape of a white skull. At this moment, on the surface of the skull, apart from the red flames, there was also a cluster of blue flames. It was also at this moment that suddenly the Tower of Eternity seemed to tremble slightly. Long Houchen and the others could clearly feel the earth trembling. Everyone hurriedly gathered together, vigilantly watching the changes in their surroundings. A soft golden light rippled out from the eternal melody in Long Houchen's chest. Wherever the golden light passed, everything that was originally illusory and hazy in the air was magically dispersed. The soft golden light rippled in the air, and everything became clear. Right in front of Long Houchen and the others, a huge statue appeared in front of them. Although it was just a statue, when the 7 of them looked at it, they felt a kind of epic vastness and endless majesty. The statue was about 10 meters tall, and it stood there quietly. It was wearing a gorgeous black robe that was vivid and lifelike. On the black robe, there were golden runes shining. Outside the robe was a large white cloak, which formed a sharp contrast with the black robe inside. The hood of the cloak was placed on the head, making the statue's face look very dark, and it was impossible to see its true appearance. In its right hand was a magic staff that was 2 meters long, and the whole body of the staff was a mixture of 3 colors: black, white, and gold. These 3 colors entangled together. Black represented pure death, gold represented holy light, and white seemed to be related to the summoning power of the summoning magician. The 3 colors coiled up to form this magical staff. At the top of the staff was a huge crystal. This crystal was carved into the shape of a skull. It was completely white, and it looked like an enlarged version of the eternal melody pendant. Looking at this statue, everyone was shocked. Although it was just a statue, and although everyone knew that it was not a physical object, they were still shocked by the depth, wisdom, majesty, and vastness that the statue emitted. Although Long Houchen had always been immature, and he was the successor of the holy law of necromancy, necromancer Calamity Electrolux, he still gave this statue a knight's salute. He did not like necromancers, but he could not help but admire this powerhouse from 10,000 years ago. Just by looking at the Tower of Eternity, one could see how terrifying it was back then. It should be a tyrannical existence on the same level as the Demon Emperor. Congratulations, my child. You have passed the first test. Do you like the gift I left for you? The 12 holy guards were my 12 guardians back then, and each of them was a supreme being. Unfortunately, human life is limited, and in the end, I could only let them continue to exist in the form of the undead. This is also one of the most precious resources I have left for you. What you faced before was their power after their strength was suppressed. As you continue to move forward, with each test you pass, the power of the holy guards will also recover a portion. Continue forward, my child. One day, you will restore the glory of my 12 holy guards. A pure white beam of light shone from the skull gem at the top of the staff, turning into a white beam of light that appeared in front of everyone. The beam of light was about 3 meters in diameter, and it emitted a faint spatial fluctuation. Lin Xin muttered, "This holy law of necromancer is too stingy. We have already passed the first test," but he did not give us any more rewards. Han Yu chuckled and said, "What other rewards do you want? Without the first test of the Tower of Eternity, would our spiritual energy have increased so quickly? I am afraid we are still far from reaching the 6th stage. What's more, we have obtained skills, experience, and 2 holy guards. Didn't the holy law of necromancers say that the holy guards can still recover their power? Think about it. If the red and blue skeletons we encountered were to increase their spiritual energy and be able to use more powerful skills, how terrifying would that be? What's more, this is only the first floor of the Tower of Eternity. For us, being able to come here is more fortunate than having a divine artifact. After all, with our current cultivation, we are still unable to control a divine artifact, but the Tower of Eternity can continue to temper us and improve our overall strength." Everyone had a feeling of deep agreement with what Han Yu said, and they nodded in unison. Long Houchen said, If we walk into this beam of light, we should be able to enter the second floor. Do you want to continue to try? Wang Yuan said, Leader, you decide. However, I don't think Air should go. She has just consumed all her spiritual energy, and it is not good for her to take the risk. Long Haochen thought about it and said, How about this? You all stay here. I will go and explore the way first. With Hao Yue here, no matter what happens, I can retreat in time. Hao Yue was lying lazily 100 meters behind them at this time. Long Haochen did not let it participate in the previous battle. The longer the experience in the Tower of Eternity, the more Long Haochen cherished everything here. If it were not for the fact that their next action was likely to face more difficult dangers, he would not even choose to gather everyone here to defeat the blue skeleton, thus obtaining the final test of the first floor. With one step, Long Haochen stepped into the white holy light. Under the holy light, he was surprised to find that the spiritual energy that he had consumed before was recovering at an accelerated rate. The white light flashed, and the next moment he had appeared in another place. As soon as he arrived at the second floor of the Tower of Eternity, Long Haochen was shocked. The reason was simple. He did not feel his feet on the ground here. In front of him was a white misty scene. There was still a row of pillars extending forward on both sides, but under his feet it was not an entity, but an illusory cloud. At this time he was in the white light. As long as he stepped out of the white light, he would officially enter the second floor of the Tower of Eternity. Tentatively, he took a step out and stepped into the white cloud. In the next moment, Long Haochen could not help but whisper, because he clearly felt that his body was falling in an instant. A strong sense of weightlessness suddenly hit him. The white light flashed, and the surrounding scenery dimmed again. The feeling of being on the ground was instantly restored. But Long Haochen was surprised to find that he had appeared in front of his companions. He had actually returned to the hall on the first floor of the Tower of Eternity. What is going on? Long Haochen was slightly startled. Boss, is it dangerous to be unfamiliar? Why are you back so soon? Sima Xian asked curiously. Long Haochen shook his head gently and stepped into the white light again. The white light flashed, and in the next moment he returned to the second floor of the Tower of Eternity. He had faintly understood that in this second floor he was afraid that he had to continue to use the ability to fly. If the first floor was forbidden to fly, then this second floor was probably forbidden to land. This time he learned his lesson and spread the 4 wings behind him to step out of the range of the white light. Sure enough, with the flying ability of the spiritual wings, he did not fall this time. Long Haochen didn't rush to fly forward. Instead, he silently sensed his surroundings. To his surprise, he discovered that after arriving at the second level, the aura of death had weakened significantly. Instead, the aura of light had become much denser. However, even with his perception, he could only explore less than 100 meters away. It seemed that there was a powerful soul seal here. Without a doubt, if he wanted to pass the second floor, he still had to go forward along the 2 sides of the pillars and accept the test of the second floor of the Tower of Eternity. Vaguely, Long Haochen had already understood the situation of this second floor and roughly knew what the second floor was testing. The 4 wings behind him lightly spread, and with a flash of golden light, Long Haochen summoned Yiting. After Yiting and the saint's spiritual stove fused and evolved, she was no longer afraid of the pressure in the Tower of Eternity. Her 6 wings spread out and lightly floated behind Long Haochen. You don't need to go forward. You only need to support me from behind. Long Haochen instructed Yiting, and then slowly floated forward. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters until he floated about 10 meters or so. Suddenly, the white clouds below suddenly surged. Then, one after another, 6 figures appeared in 6 directions of Long Haochen, and then pounced towards him like lightning. They were still skeletons, but they had become relatively petite skeletons with bone wings on their backs. Their bone wings were connected by transparent diaphragms, and their speed was surprisingly fast. As soon as they appeared, They were like 6 white lights stabbing towards Long Houchin. Long Houchin had always maintained the highest level of vigilance and was not the slightest bit flustered in the face of the sudden attack. His left hand that was holding the shield moved in a flash, and a golden light curtain suddenly enveloped him. Guardian Knights, rank 6 skill, shield wall. This skill, shield wall, could be used to defend oneself from all directions, and could also be used to defend the front in a large area. Although it could not be used in conjunction with Divine Block, its defensive ability was also extremely strong. In the ear-piercing sound of metal exploding, the 6 white figures rushed forward quickly and flew back just as quickly. Moreover, when they retreated, they were extremely rhythmic, as if they were one. So much so that the heavy sword that Long Houchin swept out missed. Long Houchin's originally smooth and flowing attacks on the ground were obviously restricted in the air. However, at this moment his heart was very excited, because he was very clear that he and his companions lacked the experience and training of aerial combat. Without a doubt, the Tower of Eternity had given them this opportunity. Of course, it was true that Long Houchin's battle prowess in the air was restricted, but he would not be stumped by this first hurdle. 3 white lights simultaneously shot out from Yuting's body, and, as if they had grown eyes, they fell on the 3 white skeletons. Immediately after, a powerful suction force pulled them towards Long Houchin's direction. Speaking of which, it was strange. Although the power of this saint's spiritual stove was being used by Yuting, it was no different from when Long Houchin himself used it. After the enemy was pulled, they were all targeted at Long Houchin. Being pulled by the saint's spiritual stove, these white skeletons naturally lost their greatest advantage of agility and speed. Facing the powerful attack of Ripple of Light in front of Long Houchin, they could only persist for less than 5 seconds before turning into fragments. The other 3 flying skeletons were also chopped into pieces by Long Houchin in the same way. This first hurdle could be considered passed. However, what made Long Houchin somewhat regretful was that killing these skeletons did not bring him the kind of high-purity spiritual power, nor did they have any skills. It seemed that, at this point, it had already become a simple test. Regarding this, Long Houchin did not have any complaints. If only 10 points of pure spiritual power were given to him, for the current him, it would not have much effect. After his cultivation rose to the 6th step, Long Houchin opened his spiritual aperture. Afterwards, the awakening of the gods favored physique, Yuting's evolution, and the spiritual stove synthesis. All of these made his overall strength increase, and at the same time also increased his ability to absorb the light element. As a god's favored physique, Long Houchin could fully deserve to say that he was the person with the highest affinity to the light element in this world. After 4 months of seclusion, his internal spiritual power had increased by more than 1,000 points. Now his internal spiritual power cultivation had already brazenly broken through 8,500 points, unceasingly approaching the 7th step. Apart from him, although his companion's internal spiritual power also increased at a good rate, the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Even Kaer was the same. After all, her god's favored physique had not yet awakened. After passing the 1st level, Long Houchin did not continue forward. Instead, he returned to the 1st level and explained his experience and judgment in detail. As everyone broke through the 6th step and obtained spiritual wings, it was urgent to improve their aerial combat ability. With such a rare and good platform, they naturally could not let go of it. Every time their strength increased, their ability to carry out missions would also increase. After careful consideration, Long Houchin immediately made a decision. In the following exploration of the 2nd level, apart from Chen Inger, everyone would take the aerial combat test with their individual ability. Moreover, they were not allowed to use the ability of the spiritual stove, nor were they allowed to use the ability of the mount. As for Chen Inger, of course, she would be training her natal summoned beast, Medul Piglet. This was a huge hall filled with darkness. It was at least 1,000 square meters in size and more than 10 meters in height. The surrounding walls were octagonal. The hall was dim, but at each of the 8 corners there was a cluster of purple flames rising, bringing some light and extremely dense dark aura to this mysterious hall. In the middle of this dark hall stood a man, a head of black hair draped over his back, but his eyes blossomed with a blood-red luster. Advance, forward punch. Terrifying dark spiritual power fluctuations were instantly released like a geyser. Every punch, kick, and even the simplest of movements would bring about a terrifying sound of air exploding. It was unknown what material this hall was made of, but no matter how he wreaked havoc in it, the hall itself did not budge. In the process of the spiritual power explosions he blasted out, the purple light was faintly discernible, and one could barely make out his appearance. His handsome face was filled with a grave expression, and his upper body was bare. Every time he launched an attack, a layer of scale-like, dark, purple demonic patterns would surge out of his body. The blood-red light in his eyes would also become more intense. Just as his aura reached its peak, suddenly, a figure silently appeared behind him. This figure was tall and slender, and his body was shrouded in a long black robe. The long black hair fell from the sides of his face, and his face could not be seen clearly. As if sensing the sudden threat behind him, the bare-chested man suddenly turned around and blasted a punch at the figure that suddenly appeared behind him. This punch condensed his powerful combat power at the peak of his realm, and the terrifying power was instantly raised to the extreme. The entire center of the dark hall lit up because of his punch, and all the spiritual power that he had blasted out earlier seemed to have condensed in the circle. The distortion caused by the compression of space seemed to be able to tear the hall apart at any time. However, the figure that suddenly appeared did not move. In the face of such a terrifying attack, he only raised his hand slightly. A fair and slender finger reached out and touched the fist that seemed to be dominating the world. Puff! Time seemed to have frozen at this moment, and there was no explosion. The slender figure did not even emit any spiritual power fluctuations. However, in the next instant, the powerful, bare-chested man was sent flying like a cannonball fired from a magic cannon. With a loud bang, he crashed into the wall in the distance, and a hazy purple luster spread out from his body. Bada, the body that was pressed against the wall, fell back to the ground. The slender figure placed his hands behind his back, and a gentle voice sounded. Being too rigid makes it easy to break. If you only know how to be tough and not soft, you'll never reach the realm of heaven-defying. This voice was this gentle voice. If someone familiar with him heard it, there would only be 2 results. They would either crawl in front of him or be horrified. The man who fell to the ground slowly got up, but he did not stand up. Instead, he knelt there and lowered his head respectfully. "Father, your injuries are almost healed, so why don't you leave here? Are you not going to hold the marriage that you fought so hard for?" The slender figure raised his head slightly, letting his long hair flutter a little, and revealed his extremely handsome face. Feng Xiao, Demon Emperor, Feng Xiao. As for the person kneeling under the wall with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, wasn't that the heaven-defying Demon Dragon Clan's crown prince, a Bao, who had been severely injured after fighting with Long Haochen in the illusory paradise? Lowering his head, a Bao said faintly, "I don't have the face to marry you, Yi." Demon Emperor Feng Xiao calmly said, "You can't even endure such a small setback?" Original literature, popular novels, online reading, EXE, CHM, TXT, and other ebook download platforms. Horu provides information about youth fantasy, urban romance, horror, and paranormal for everyone who loves to read and write. Martial arts, xianxia, history, military, science fiction, sports, love games, short essays, scripts, and doujinshi reading, and creative services, leading the vast number of readers to a fashionable reading life. Abao raised his head and looked at his father. But this isn't just a setback. This time, the heirs of several demon gods fell in the illusory paradise, and our final mission also fell short of success. Although Father has absolute authority, the storm this time is too big. Even Huang Shuo was blackmailed of 10 dragon crystals. The responsibility is all on me. I know how much pressure Father has endured to protect me. I am a sinner of my clan. I have failed to live up to your expectations. Demon Emperor waved his hand and said, "Okay, no need to say this. As a superior, you can't care about temporary gains and losses. Thinking too much will often cause you to fall into more trouble. How can you achieve great things if your mind is not clear? In human terms, you can't be too conflicted. You didn't lose unjustly this time, and it was mainly because of luck. You didn't do anything wrong during the whole process. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to do better. It's just that you met a god's favored, that this plane doesn't meet in 10,000 years, and it happened at the moment when he triggered the awakening. That sword of his, even if you let him try 100 or 1,000 times, he wouldn't be able to use it again. Father, I can't accept this. I can't accept losing to a weak human. What **T gods favored Abao's eyes were bloodshot. In front of others, he was always so calm. Only in front of Demon Emperor did he reveal some of his true nature. Shut up. Feng Xiu's voice became cold for the first time, even as the heir of Demon Emperor. When Abao sensed his father's anger, he couldn't help but immediately kneel on the ground, not daring to say another word. Demon Emperor said coldly, "If you have this kind of attitude, then the next time you meet him, you will still lose to him, maybe even more miserably. I can't save you every time. Do you know this time when I tore open space to rescue you, that annoying demon gods, fallen monster hunters, took the opportunity to kill 3 of my clansmen? They're warning me. They are all real lunatics, and there's more than one like the demon gods fallen. Humans are becoming more and more difficult to deal with. As my heir, if you can't face the strength of humans, then you won't have the right to inherit my throne in the future. I know you are very unconvinced, thinking that human is much weaker than you. But have you really calmed down and carefully analyzed the reason for your defeat? Is there any other reason other than that person being a favorite of God who unleashed a powerful attack in the face of danger?" Abao raised his head, looking at his father. Because he obtained the support of Fantasy Paradise, his attributes are compatible with Fantasy Paradise. Later on, he joined forces with the representative of Nature Goddess to fight against us. Demon Emperor said calmly, "Then how can he do this?" Abao was stunned but couldn't answer. Demon Emperor said in a low voice, "Because of wisdom. We demons are often too arrogant because of our strength, so you lost. It's good that you postponed the wedding. Now you should know what you have to do, right?" "Yes." Chapter 129. What? The Holy Knight, Han Qiu, slammed the table and stood up. His face was filled with shock. In front of him stood a tall knight, standing respectfully with his hands by his side. Han Qiu's breathing became a bit uneven. These little brats, what are they trying to do? I thought they were mature enough to be able to stay calm for so long. But they, on the other hand, shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. How long have they been gone? The tall knight said, "About an hour." Han Qiu said, "Go, chase them back. Tell them I ordered them to come back." The tall knight said with some difficulty, "Lord Holy Knight, that's not good. That's against the rules. The Monster Hunters are an independent organization. Even the Alliance can't command them as they please. Moreover, everything they've done is within the rules." Han Qiu said angrily, "What kind of **T rules are these? If something happens to these little brats, the entire Alliance will explode. Hurry up and go." "Yes." The tall knight didn't dare to disobey Han Qiu's orders a second time. He turned around and walked out. Just as he reached the door, Han Qiu suddenly said, "Come back." The knight was stunned. He stopped in his tracks and turned around to face Han Qiu. Han Qiu walked out from behind the table and paced back and forth in his spacious office. His eyebrows were almost knitted together. After pacing back and forth for more than 10 times, his eyebrows finally relaxed. He sighed and said to himself, "That brat and that girl are already over 16 years old. They were able to go into seclusion for so long, so they must have gained quite a bit. Young eagles will always be under the protection of their parents. They will never be able to soar above the 9 heavens. Let them have a try. Long Houchin, you stinking brat, you must come back alive." That's right. Just now, the knight standing in front of him had brought shocking news. The long-dormant Commander Tier Monster Hunt 64 had suddenly appeared on the 3rd floor of the Monster Hunters Mission Tower. It had accepted 16 killing missions in one go and immediately set off, leaving the Holy City and heading straight for the demons. There were 16 killing missions that could only be accepted by commander-level monster hunters. Even the simplest one was to kill a rank 7 demons and seize its magical crystal. Among the missions they accepted, there were even 3 that were targeted at the 8th stage of the demons. The most powerful one was the snake demon Andamari, who was ranked last among the 72 demon god demons. Even if it was the 72nd ranked demon god, it was still a demon god at the peak of the Type 8 realm. Furthermore, once he was within the protection of his demon god pillar, his strength would be equivalent to multiple Type 8 powerhouses. The mission to kill Andamari was also the most difficult one among all the commander tier missions. This mission was also shared by the King and Overlord monster hunters at the same time. After all, Andamari was not standing there alone waiting for you to kill him. He was also a demon god who commanded a large army of demons. Long Houchin and the rest actually accepted such a mission. It was simply courting death. After all, the peak of the Type 8 was a terrifying existence with a spiritual energy value of close to 100,000. Because the Monster Hunter's mission tower was in the Holy City, it would take a long journey to pick up the missions. Therefore, the Monster Hunters could accept a few more missions in one go. However, it was the first time that Long Houchin and the rest had accepted 16 killing missions in one go. After all missions had a time limit. If they could not complete it by the time limit, their merit points would be deducted. Of course, the increase in the number of missions accepted at one go also extended the time limit. The total time taken for Long Houchin and the rest to complete all the missions this time was as long as 2 years. However, with their current strength, would they be able to defeat the 72nd demon god Andamari in 2 years? Even Han Q, who was very confident in Long Houchin, felt that it was a fantasy. However, these little guys had already left. Would they really chase them back? That would be no different from a blow to these children. Thinking of the real situation in Dream Paradise that Long Houchin had reported to him, Han Q's tightened heart gradually relaxed. Yes, Han Q already knew what Long Houchin and the rest had gained in Dream Paradise. As for how Long Houchin had brought his companions in, he did not know. Long Houchin only said that it was a secret that could not be revealed. All of them had spiritual stoves, so they should have no problem protecting themselves. Moreover, Long Houchin was not old, but he was not reckless. Let them try it out. Moreover, that person would protect them. Yes, I have to tell him about this as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Han Q temporarily suppressed the worry in his heart. He let the tall knight leave first, and he hurried out of the office. At this time, the little guys that Lord Holy Knight was worried about were sitting in a comfortable carriage, enjoying the scenery on both sides of the official road, which brought them a rare relaxation. The carriage was specially made for monster hunters. Long Houchin and the rest had enjoyed it once before, but that was only once. It was because it was a compulsory mission. This time they were already general-level monster hunters, so they had the right to be assigned a carriage that belonged to their own team. Naturally, it was much more convenient for them to travel. At least they could get sufficient rest during the journey. At this time, none of the 7 general-level Monster Hunt 64 members were practicing. The curtains on both sides of the carriage were high, and with the added comfort of the levitation spell, the carriage did not feel the slightest bit bumpy. It was Long Houchen's order not to practice. They were about to embark on a long and arduous journey, and they had just been in seclusion for so long. Everyone needed to relax, and this period of relaxation was before they entered the demons. It had been a whole year since they left Dream Paradise, and everyone had grown up a year. The youngest, Long Houchen and Kair, had also celebrated their 16th birthday. Compared to a year ago, the current general-level Monster Hunt 64 members looked more heroic and reserved. They were less impetuous and more calm. As for the extent of their overall combat power, even they were not very clear. After all, they had not appeared on the battlefield with the demons for more than a year. Their first stop on this trip was still Xingshuan City, which they passed by when they completed the Terror Howling Caves. They also had to enter the Narek province of the demons from the southeast fortress, and then go deep into the territory of the demons. The carriage sped all the way, and after 10 days, they successfully arrived at Xingshuan City. Over the past year, there had been frequent battles, and various human fortresses had been strongly attacked by the demons. The most tragic battle was naturally the Battle of Southern Fortress, where the demons had almost destroyed the city. If not for the timely arrival of reinforcements, the consequences would have been unimaginable. On the contrary, the southeast fortress, where the warrior temple was located, was the most peaceful one. It was unknown whether it was because of the great shuffling of the Narek province. Although there were occasional disturbances, there had been no large-scale war. With such a big background, the atmosphere in Xingshuan City, which was the backyard of the southeast fortress, was particularly peaceful. Industry and commerce had been effectively improved, and the civilians lived and worked in peace. In fact, the ambition of humans could not be compared to that of the demons. As long as they could have a safe and stable life, they would be easily satisfied. Long Houchen and the others did not disturb the Xingshuan City magistrate's office and the military. Instead, they quietly checked into a medium-sized hotel and arranged for 2 coachmen to rest for 2 days before returning to the Holy City. After all, it was impossible for them to return to the Holy City in a short period of time for this mission, so why should they wait here? After letting his companions return to their respective rooms to rest, Long Houchen took Kai, small hand, and walked out of the hotel. In order to not attract attention, the 2 of them put on a bamboo hat with a veil to cover their faces. After all, Kai was not the only one with an amazing appearance. As they strolled on the streets of Xingshuan City, Long Houchen took Kai's hand and chuckled. I suddenly remembered the time when we first met in the Holy City. The competition that should have been the most important has become a foil. Instead, sending you back every day is what I look forward to the most. I am very satisfied to be able to see you every day. Kai giggled and said, "Why can't I only think of your silly look at that time?" Long Houchen did not mind and chuckled. "Who asked me to be your silly look? As long as you like it, it doesn't matter if I'm silly." Kai's gaze softened, and she leaned slightly closer to Long Houchen. The 2 of them walked slowly in this warm atmosphere. Along the way, the 2 of them walked with ease until they stopped in front of a building. This 2-story building had 3 large words on it: Yi Business Group. Entering the demons' territory directly required a great deal of risk. The demons' surveillance at the border was very strict. However, it was different to sneak into the demons' territory with the Yi Business Group. The demons were the same as the Temple League. They were tight on the outside, but loose on the inside. As long as they entered the interior and disguised themselves as the Moon Devils, it would not be difficult to carry out their mission. Moreover, if they could cooperate with Yi, it would naturally be much more convenient for them to act. About 5 months ago, Long Houchen and Kai had secretly come to Xingshuan City to see Yi, who had been waiting there bitterly. They had eased the time of her restriction. They had also agreed on a date for this operation. As soon as they entered the Yi Business Group, an employee immediately greeted them. Long Houchin handed over a token the size of a baby's palm and asked him to find the person in charge. He and Kai awaited in the hall of the Yi business group. The business group seemed very busy, with people constantly coming in and out. This was only a facade of the Yi business group. The goods were not mobilized here. Even so, it was still very busy. Long Houchin trusted Yi more than before. The reason was naturally because of Ye's performance in Dream Paradise. At that time, Ye's cooperation had played a great role. At the same time, Long Houchin also saw her role in the team. While Long Houchin was thinking about the 16 missions he had taken on this time, he suddenly heard some messy footsteps outside. Then, a group of soldiers walked in from outside. This group of soldiers were all dressed in leather armor. The leader wore a low-ranking officer's chain mail. All of them held their heads high. It was obvious that they were not here to do good. "Where's your boss? Call him out." The leading officer held the saber at his waist with one hand and put the other hand on his waist. The 10 soldiers he brought quickly formed a line. They pointed their spears at the shop and blocked the entrance. Seeing these soldiers, a shop assistant immediately came forward. "Sir, what are you doing?" The shop assistant asked carefully. The officer snorted coldly. "Your Yi business group is suspected of colluding with the demons. I'm here to bring your boss back for questioning." The shop assistant was stunned. Obviously, this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. "Sir, we are free merchants. We are protected by the Alliance." "Pa!" The officer slapped him. "What do you mean by free merchants? Let me tell you, I'm a new patrol officer. I'm in charge of patrolling this street. It's said that your Yi business group is the richest on this street. Why is it rich? Isn't it because you colluded with the demons?" Hearing the officer's words, Long Houchin pulled Kai to the side. He thought that the Yi business group had committed a crime. As a member of the Temple League, he naturally wouldn't care about this kind of business. As long as it didn't affect the Yi business group, bringing them into the territory of the demons, it would be fine. However, as he listened to the latter part, it obviously changed. "What do you mean by the Yi business group is the richest?" Even if Long Houchin didn't know much about these official things, he could vaguely guess what these officers were here for. At this moment, a manager of the Yi business group hurried over from behind. When he saw the officers blocking the entrance, he was also stunned. The shop assistant who passed the message pointed at Long Houchin and whispered something in his ear. The manager first bowed to Long Houchin and apologized. Then he turned to the officer and smiled. "Sir, I'm the manager of the Yi business group. May I know why sir is blocking the entrance of our business group?" "We are legal merchants under the protection of the governor's office." The officer sneered. "What legal merchants? Aren't you doing business with the demons?" "Colluding with the demons. What kind of crime is that? Come with us." As he said that, he raised his hand to grab the manager's shoulder. The manager's smile didn't change, but his body swayed slightly, easily dodging the grab. He took a step back and said, "Sir, please conduct yourself with dignity. If this matter is brought up, it won't do you any good. I think I have a way to prove our innocence." As he said that, he took out a bag of money and handed it to the officer. Originally, the officer was about to lose his temper when the other party dodged his grab. However, when he saw the bag of money handed over by the manager, the cold expression on his face immediately melted like a spring breeze. He took the bag of money and opened it to take a look. His eyes immediately revealed a trace of satisfaction. "You can count as a director. It's not easy for you independent merchants to do business with the demons. Be careful. All right, we're leaving." As he said that, he waved his hand and was about to leave with the soldiers. "Wait a moment." A clear but somewhat indifferent voice rang out at this moment. The officer froze for a moment and turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw one of the 2 people wearing bamboo hats walk out and casually take off his hat. "What's the matter?" The officer's voice became cold again. He looked at Long Houchen's handsome and extremely young appearance and immediately put on an official's prestige. Long Houchen said indifferently, "All of you stay here. Send someone to the governor's office and call the governor or the chief of military affairs of Star Search City to come." The officer's expression changed. "Kid, is there something wrong with your head?" As he said that, he raised the saber on his waist with his left hand. This saber had a scabbard. He raised the tip of the saber and smashed it towards Long Houchen's head with the scabbard. A glint flashed in Long Houchen's eyes, and a biting, cold, murderous aura immediately exploded from his body. "You dare?" This angry shout was like a clap of thunder in the entire Yi Commerce Association. The officer was just a small character. How could he withstand Long Houchen's angry shout that was filled with spiritual power? His face turned pale, and he immediately fell to the ground. The soldiers that he brought along also fell to the ground in a crooked manner. Long Houchen raised his right hand, and a ray of golden light descended, enveloping an ordinary soldier. He then threw a ray of silver light into the soldier's bosom. "Go, do as I said. Otherwise, you'll never be able to leave this place." Just one angry shout was enough to make these officers and soldiers lose their fighting strength. At this moment, there was only fear in their hearts, and they did not dare to resist at all. When the officer vaguely saw the appearance of the token, his face turned ashen, and he mumbled to himself, unable to say a word. The soldier, who was relieved by Long Houchen's recovery, hugged the commander-level monster hunters, token that Long Houchen threw to him and ran away in a hurry. Long Houchen coldly said to the other soldiers, "Get lost and kneel to the side." These people were only frightened to the ground, but they did not lose their ability to move. Faced with Long Houchen's power, who would dare to resist? Especially that officer. He was like a defeated rooster. He did not dare to make a sound and was the first to crawl to the side and kneel. Even now, the anger on Long Houchen's face did not diminish. He clenched his fists tightly. If these soldiers had dared to resist just now, he might have directly attacked them. Ever since Long Houchen became a knight, almost all the enemies he faced were demons. The humans he came into contact with were mostly heroes, galloping on the battlefield and sweeping through the enemies. What was it for? It was to ensure that the common people lived in peace and contentment. However, when his soldiers were fighting with the demons on the battlefield, such vermin actually appeared behind their backs. How could the kind-hearted Long Houchen not be angry? He was forcefully restraining his emotions, which was why he didn't directly kill the officer. Otherwise, as soon as he made a move, he would definitely take the officer's life. Looking at their cowardly appearance, then thinking of the Alliance soldiers who sacrificed their lives and shed their blood on the battlefield, Long Houchen felt his heart ache. He really wanted to kill all of these pieces of trash. Monster hunters did not only target the demons. In the Temple League, they also had a special responsibility, which was to supervise. Any rank of monster hunters had the ability to supervise any level of the Alliance. The higher the rank of the monster hunters, the greater the role of supervision. For example, if a legend rank monster hunters questioned the leader of the Alliance, they would immediately start impeachment proceedings. Monster hunters had risked their lives for the Alliance and achieved countless military achievements. They did not have the authority to directly command the army, but in terms of supervision, they were the most powerful in the Alliance. As the commander rank monster hunters, Long Houchen had the authority to invite Xingshuan City's consul or military chief over. He could even directly question these two managers of Xingshuan City. Once he raised a serious accusation, these two would probably have to undergo an in-depth investigation. It was very likely that their futures would be ruined. The manager of the Yi merchant group had been standing quietly at the side ever since Long Houchen spoke, watching Long Houchen handle this matter. When Long Houchen shouted, he was also shocked. That killing intent was not something that just anyone could admit. Only powerhouses who had truly been on the battlefield and killed countless enemies could release such an iron-blooded aura. It was no wonder that the president had repeatedly asked them to cooperate with all their actions. As expected, he was not an ordinary person. Long Houchin turned to the manager and said in a deep voice, "Hello, I am Long Houchin. Does this kind of situation happen often?" The manager of the Yu Yi merchant group shook his head slightly and said, "It's very rare. This officer should have just started his job. His actions cannot be representative of ordinary soldiers." Hearing this, Long Houchin's expression relaxed a little. "Then why did you not question him just now?" The manager smiled indifferently and said, "Mr. Long, harmony breeds wealth. We are merchants. Citizens do not fight with officials." Long Houchin nodded silently. He knew that when it came to dealing with people, he was still just a 16-year-old youth. However, since he had encountered it today, he had to get involved to the end. This could also be considered a warning to the Xingshuan city officials. The soldiers were protecting the country at the front lines. If something happened to the rear because of these vermin, he would not be able to bear it. "Is Miss Yu Yi doing well?" Long Houchin asked in a low voice. The manager said respectfully, "Miss is doing well, but she is not here. Before she left, she told us that if Mr. Long needs anything, please let us know. We will do our best to cooperate. The newest merchant group will set off in 3 days. The goods are almost ready." Long Houchin nodded and said, "All right, we will go with your merchant group and enter the demon's territory." The manager nodded slightly and did not say anything else. He appeared very cautious and calm. Indeed, to be able to gain Yu Ye's trust, he must not be an ordinary person. Not long after, the sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard from outside. The sound stopped at the entrance of the merchant group. 2 middle-aged men hurriedly strode in. One of them was wearing a long robe, while the other was wearing a full suit of plate armor. One of them seemed to be a scholar, while the other was a warrior. As soon as they entered, the 2 of them saw the soldier kneeling at the side. Their expressions immediately turned ugly. The soldier in plate armor took a step forward and kicked the officer, sending him tumbling. "Bastard, you're a disgrace to Xingshuan City." These 2 were the consul and the military chief of Xingshuan City. Coincidentally, when the soldier delivered the letter, both of them were present. When they received the commander-level monster hunter's token, they were immediately shocked. Xingshuan City was a large city, and it was located at the border. The status of these 2 was far from what the consul and military chief of a small city, like Haiyue City, could compare to. However, the monster hunters were existences that they could not afford to offend. The monster hunters were a group of their own, and they had the ability to supervise any local officials. Moreover, these people were existences that had gone through fire and water on the battlefield with the demons. There was once a survey that stated that any commander-level monster hunters member had killed at least 1,000 demons on the battlefield. It was not an exaggeration to say that every monster hunter was a hero of mankind. Therefore, even high-ranking officials like them did not dare to be careless. Fortunately, the 2 of them came together. "Where is he?" The military chief was rather hot-tempered. After kicking the officer down, he bellowed. The officer did not dare to resist at all. He raised his hand and pointed in the direction of Long Houchin. The consul and the military chief raised their heads to look at Long Houchin, and they were both stunned. It wasn't that they hadn't seen Long Houchin and Kai, or before, it was just that Long Houchin was really too young. No matter how they looked at him, he didn't seem like a demon hunter of a commander-grade demon hunt squad, let alone a captain. Seeing these 2 arrive, Long Houchin's expression darkened again. Although he was young, he had experienced life and death situations. He was also the leader of the monster hunters. He was usually calm and composed in commanding. He had seen many big scenes. Even the demon emperor could not scare him, let alone these 2 in front of him. I am the one who invited the two of you here. Please enlighten me. Long Houchin knew that his appearance was not very convincing. He did not want to waste any more time here. As he spoke, he waved his right hand at the military chief. The military chief was shocked to see that Long Houchin's right hand suddenly became transparent. It was the body of light that only a rank 7 temple knight could possess. Rank 7? This was a rank 7? Wasn't he too young? No, he must have disguised himself or taken some special medicine. The military chief and consul looked at each other and hurried forward. The consul, who was wearing a long robe, said, "Greetings, respected monster hunters. I am Star Search City's consul, Shui Mu. This is Star Search City's military chief, Han Chinyu." Long Houchin nodded. "Greetings, both of you. Both of you should already know what happened here. I hope that you can handle this matter properly and that something like this will not happen again. Otherwise, I will appeal to the Alliance and request that you be removed from your positions." Without any politeness, Long Houchin spoke his mind. Consul Shui Mu was a little better. His expression changed slightly before returning to normal, but the military chief, Han Chinyu, frowned. "May I know your name?" "General Class, Monster Hunt, 64 Commander, Long Houchin." Before he said this, he had already released a layer of golden light to envelop himself and the two important figures of Star Search City, isolating them from sound. Neither Shui Mu nor Han Chinyu had any doubts about Long Houchin's identity. He had the light attribute and the body of light. This was enough to prove everything. At the very least, it could not be sharp. "Greetings, Commander Long. It is true that these bastards have embarrassed the people of Star Search City today. We will naturally deal with them when we return. However, since you are the commander of monster hunters, you just need to do your job well. We don't need you to tell us how to enforce the law in Star Search City. As the highest-ranking military officer of Star Search City, I cannot be removed from my position with just a word from you." Han Chinyu's words were clearly filled with anger. Shui Mu tugged at him a few times, but was unable to stop him. Long Houchin was already suppressing his anger. When he heard Han Chinyu's words, his expression immediately turned ugly. He said coldly, "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The monster hunters have a supervisory function. I'm sure you know that, sir. Since you do not think that the soldiers under your command are in the wrong, I will report this matter to my superiors. Let's go, Kair." As he spoke, Long Houchin pulled Kair's hand and walked out, completely ignoring the two highest-ranking officers of Star Search City. "Tui, who do you think you are?" Han Chinyu couldn't help but curse angrily as he watched Long Houchin and Kair leave. Shui Mu smiled bitterly. "Old Han, why do you have to do this? The monster hunters are not easy to deal with. Besides, it was your subordinates who were in the wrong this time. If you had said a few words earlier, this matter would have passed." Han Chinyu laughed coldly. "I don't believe that they can do anything to me. Isn't it just collecting money from these trade associations? This bunch of trash can't even collect money properly. Come on, let's go back. Who cares about them? The monster hunters are only supervisors, and they are only general tier. In terms of rank, they have to be at least king tier monster hunters to be on equal footing with us. Who do they think they are? Do they think that they are so great just because they killed a few demons?" Long Houchin's hearing was very sensitive, and Han Chinyu had deliberately raised his voice. Naturally, every word of his conversation with Shui Mu had entered Long Houchin's ears. Han Chinyu wasn't just provoking Han Chinyu, but he was also confirming Long Houchin's words. Shui Mu was clearly much weaker than Han Chinyu. He wanted to stop him, but he knew that he didn't have the ability to do so. He thought to himself, "Aren't you giving me a handle?" However, he also knew that Han Chinyu had something to rely on. After all, Han Chinyu's father-in-law was the Warrior Temple's deputy temple master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been suppressed by Han Chinyu, the military chief of Xingshuan City. At first, Long Haochen was a little regretful after he berated Han Qinyu. After all, Han Qinyu was the manager of a city, and he had been a little impulsive because of his anger. Although Han Qinyu's words weren't pleasant to hear, they were the truth. He had no right to interfere with a city's military affairs. He would report this matter to his superiors, but he didn't intend to interfere anymore. However, Han Qinyu's arrogance had thoroughly infuriated Long Haochen. Moreover, Han Qinyu had said that he supported the soldiers in accepting bribes. Kai could sense the change in Long Haochen's emotions. A cold intent emanated from her body. "Do you want me to go?" Long Haochen shook his head. "We can't do anything to them. They're officials of the Alliance. If we do anything, we'll be in the wrong. If we want to take the proper route, let's go back first. I have my own ways to deal with this. This person is obstinate and self-opinionated. He's no longer suitable to be the military chief of this city." After he finished speaking, he pulled Kai back to the hotel. The next morning, Long Haochen asked Sima Xian to make a trip to inform the people from Yi Commerce Association to meet them at the southeast stronghold. The group of 7 left Xingshuan City and headed straight for the southeast stronghold. Long Haochen didn't tell his companions about yesterday's incident. He decided to deal with it himself. After arriving at the southeast stronghold, they checked into the hotel that the Yi Commerce Association had agreed upon. Long Haochen walked out alone. Kai wanted to follow him, but Long Haochen stopped her. After a simple inquiry, Long Haochen found the destination of this trip, the Warrior Temple's main hall. "Please report that the General Class Monster Hunt 64's leader, Long Haochen, requests an audience with the Warrior Temple's Temple Master," Long Haochen said to the guard at the Warrior Temple's entrance. At the same time, he handed over his Monster Hunter's token. Those who were able to become guards of the Warrior Temple were naturally very discerning. They hurriedly gave Long Haochen a warrior salute, took their command medallion, and went in to report. Although Long Haochen was only a general class leader of monster hunters, advancing to general class meant that he and his monster hunters could advance to king class or even overlord class in the future. This was different from the general class monster hunters treatment. The Temple League had 6 temples, each stationed in a stronghold to protect the Temple League's defense line. In the southeast, the Warrior Temple had the absolute right to speak. Since the southeast stronghold was the closest to the demon's central province, monster hunters would often pass by and visit the Warrior Temple's top management to communicate or even ask for help. Therefore, it was normal for Long Haochen to request an audience. As for whether it was the Warrior Temple's temple master who wanted to see him personally, it was hard to say. Long Haochen's gaze was calm. Today, he had specially put on his brilliant sacred armor before coming here. Not long after, the guard returned. At the same time, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s returned. The middle-aged man was dressed in a red outfit. He was very burly, even bigger than Sima Xian. He was surprised to see Long Haochen. "Hey, you're so young. You're the general class Monster Hunt 64's leader, Long Haochen?" Long Haochen nodded. "Hello, I am." The middle-aged man laughed and said, "Captain Long, you're really young. I'm Su Zhongliang, the deputy leader of the Warrior Temple's Battle Hall." "This way, please, Captain Long." As he spoke, he gestured to Long Haochen to follow him. Long Haochen nodded and followed the deputy leader of the Battle Hall into the Warrior Temple. Compared to the Temple of the Priests, the Warrior Temple's architecture was less elegant. Instead, it was more simple and sturdy. After walking through the door, there was a huge hall. The 30-meter dome gave people a very spacious feeling. Directly opposite the door, in the middle of the Warrior Temple's hall, a statue stood there quietly. Seeing it, Long Haochen could not help but stop in his tracks. He respectfully gave the statue a standard knight's salute. His right fist pounded on his brilliant sacred armor, making a clanging sound. Su Zhongliang could not help but stop in his tracks. The way he looked at Long Haochen suddenly changed, and his impression of him increased greatly. This statue represented supreme glory to the warrior temple. It was wearing the knight's armor. It was clearly a knight. However, he respectfully saluted the statue at the first moment. How could he not have a good impression of this deputy leader of the battle hall? Moreover, Su Zhongliang looked rough on the surface, but his mind was very meticulous. He also had a good eye for people. He was completely sure that Long Haochen's respect for this statue came from the bottom of his heart. Of course, Long Haochen's respect came from the bottom of his heart. On top of the statue's head, there was a horizontal board with 4 big words, Millennium Sword. That's right, this was the statue of the radiant sword god Yi Wushang. It could be said that in the past hundreds of years, Yi Wushang was the most outstanding person to appear in the 6 great temples. He was even the most promising expert to lead the warrior temple to become the leader of the 6 great temples since the establishment of the temple. Unfortunately, this radiant sword god died too early. Chapter 130. In the beginning, after Yi Wushang fell in the battle with the Demon Emperor, all the warriors of the Temple League wore white scarves on their heads and mourned for him. It was also because of that battle that the status of the warrior temple rose sharply in the alliance. Unfortunately, for hundreds of years, the warrior temple did not have a genius like Yi Wushang. This was the first time that Long Haochen saw the statue of Yi Wushang. His appearance was not as outstanding as his reputation. He looked just like an ordinary person. The statue was carved with the posture of Yi Wushang, holding a sword horizontally in front of his chest, faintly exuding a domineering spirit. However, after a short look, Long Haochen shook his head gently. Su Zhongliang's face changed. Captain Longyu, Long Haochen sighed. This statue is a pity. It did not carve Senior Yi Wushang's sword intent. This statue is just a dead object. In fact, this statue of Yi Wushang was already a master's work, but Long Haochen had seen better ones. At the end of the first floor of the Tower of Eternity, the statue of the holy law god of necromancy, the sleeping calamity Electrolux, had really touched him too much. It perfectly reproduced the powerful aura of a holy law god, and even its demeanor and thoughts were revealed. It was like a real person. In contrast, this statue of Yi Wushang was naturally much worse. After listening to Long Haochen's words, Su Zhongliang's good impression of him disappeared immediately. He said in a deep voice, "Captain Long, please don't criticize the hero statue of our warrior temple. Otherwise, even if you are a demon hunter, I will still challenge you." In order to maintain the dignity of the warrior temple, Long Haochen was slightly stunned. Only then did he realize that his words were a bit abrupt. "I'm sorry, I apologize to you. I was impulsive. It's just that Senior Yi Wushang was the Millennium Sword. It is a pity that his sword intent was not shown through the statue. If it's possible, maybe someone will really be able to comprehend something from it." Su Zhongliang looked seriously at Long Haochen and thought that this young man did not seem to be faking it. He sighed and said, "It is too difficult to display General Ye's sword intent through the statue. Even back then, none of Marshal Ye's direct descendants could truly imitate Marshal Ye's sword intent, let alone now." "Marshal Yi?" Long Haochen asked curiously. Su Zhongliang said, "Marshal Yi was not only the hall master of our warrior temple, he was also the commander-in-chief of the southeastern fortress. The seniors all called him by that name." Long Haochen nodded silently and said, "Hall Master Su, when can I meet the hall master of your temple?" Su Zhongliang was stunned for a moment. He thought that this kid really wants to meet the hall master. He seems to think too highly of himself. Long Haochen naturally saw through the doubts in his mind, and earnestly said, "Hall Master Su, I have come to the warrior temple this time for 3 matters. I can ask for your help on 2 of them, but the most important matter is that I must meet with the temple master." Su Zhongliang frowned and said, "I'm afraid that's a bit difficult. The hall master is very busy." Long Haochen faced the statue and said indifferently, "What if it's about Senior Yi Wushang? Huh. Su Zhongliang was shocked. About Marshal Yi? Leader Long, can you tell me what it is first? Long Haochen did not hesitate. He nodded and said, I think I should be able to do the suggestion I just made. I can let this statue have Marshal Ye's sword intent. Su Zhongliang sucked in a breath of cold air. No matter how much he didn't believe it, he didn't open his mouth to question Long Haochen, because he was very clear that even if an Emperor-grade demon hunt squad captain was here, he wouldn't make such a joke with the warrior temple. If it really was just a joke, then the damage to the warrior temple would be too great. No one could bear the consequences. Leader Long Yu. Su Zhongliang didn't know how to express his current emotions. Of course, he hoped that it was true. However, this Leader Long was too young. Long Haochen raised his right hand and said, Sincerely, I just came from the Holy City with my teammates. I wonder if the warrior temple has received any news about the awakening of Senior Ye's godly sword in the Holy City a few months ago? Su Zhongliang could clearly feel his heartbeat speeding up. Of course they had heard about this. The warrior temple had also sent a deputy temple master to investigate this matter personally. However, when they found Marshal Ye's descendant, Yi Weiyang refused to reveal who had obtained Marshal Ye's heavy sword. He only said that if that person was willing, he would naturally contact the warrior temple. Moreover, the godly sword had already recognized that person as its master. Because that person was a knight, it was impossible for him to return to the warrior temple. This matter shocked the higher-ups of the warrior temple. However, as Yi Weiyang was the descendant of Marshal Yi, they couldn't force him. They could only secretly look for the knight who had inherited Yi Wushang's godly sword, Arya of the Goddess of Light. They even asked the Knights Templars to cooperate with them. However, after a few months, that person still hadn't shown up. At this moment, hearing Long Haochen mention this matter, Su Zhongliang's shock could be imagined. However, what shocked him even more had yet to come. Su Zhongliang saw Long Haochen's right hand, a right hand that was completely golden. A gentle golden light quietly rose. Then, an awe-inspiring sword intent suddenly bloomed. The huge golden sword was already raised high above his head. The spiritual pearl at the tip of the sword emitted a bright golden light. The sword intent was not only emitted from this godly sword, but also from Long Haochen's body. The impact on Su Zhongliang at this moment was too great. Just by standing there, what Long Haochen gave him was a kind of unparalleled unity between man and sword. It should be known that as the deputy hall master of the battle hall, Su Zhongliang's internal spiritual energy cultivation exceeded 90,000. He was a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th rank. However, at this moment, facing Long Haochen, he actually felt very small. Not only him, but everyone who was passing through the hall of the warrior temple also stopped because of this sudden golden light. Of course, they wouldn't have any hostility. That was light attribute, so it couldn't be an enemy. However, the monstrous sword intent that followed made everyone sluggish. At this moment, they even had an illusion that the figure blooming with golden light was the real statue of General Yi, while the tall figure on the other side was just a dead object. The contrast was too strong. The tyrannical sword intent seemed to pierce through the dome of the warrior temple, and the figure who was one with the sword was even more tall. After nearly a year of closed-door training, Long Haochen's harvest could be imagined. What he inherited was not only the godly sword, Arya of the Goddess of Light, but also its sword intent. At the same time, he also integrated this sword intent with his understanding of the sword that repelled a bow when he was awakened as a god-favored. It formed his own unique sword intent. There was no doubt that this was the help brought to him by his powerful talent as a god-favored. To be precise, the sword intent that Long Haochen displayed at this moment was somewhat different from that of Yi Wushang back then, and it was far from comparable to Yi Wushang's understanding of the sword. However, he held the Arya of the Goddess of Light in his hand, and with the help of sword intent, how could the entire warrior temple not be shocked? Su Zhongliang was the first to salute the aria of the goddess of light with the highest warrior etiquette. Then, all the warriors present bowed, respectfully in unison. The golden light converged, and the aria of the goddess of light disappeared from Long Haochen's hand, along with the tyrannical sword intent. Looking at Long Haochen's burning gaze, Su Zhongliang nodded vigorously. "Commander Long, please wait for a moment. I will report to the temple lord immediately." After he finished speaking, he immediately turned around and left. Long Haochen was still standing in the same place, silently looking at the statue in front of him. Although this statue didn't have the sword intent of the sword god of light Yi Wushang, the tragic aura of his disdainfully sweeping across the battlefield deeply touched Long Haochen's heart. Vaguely, he had a different understanding of his own sword intent. This trip to the warrior temple was obviously not because of the military chief of Xingshuan City. That was just a small matter that came along the way. The more important reason for his trip was to return Yi Wushang's sword intent to the warrior temple. This was also the reason why he insisted on meeting the warrior temple lord. Not long after, more than 10 people came down from the staircase on the side of the hall. The one walking at the front was an old man in a golden robe. This old man already had a head full of silver hair, but when he walked, he gave off a strong oppressive force, as if a mountain was crashing down on people. Su Zhongliang and some other high-ranking members of the warrior temple lord followed behind this old man, and went straight to Long Haochen. The old man in the golden robe was full of excitement, and he strode to Long Haochen's side. However, Long Haochen did not seem to see him, and was still staring at the statue of the Millennium Sword. Su Zhongliang was about to speak, but he was stopped by the old man in the golden robe. A strange light flashed in the old man's eyes, and he turned around to signal everyone to be quiet, so that they would not disturb Long Haochen. He stood by Long Haochen's side, sizing up the handsome young man. After almost an hour, Long Haochen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he took a step forward with his left foot. He swung his right hand forward at lightning speed, and a faint golden light flashed. He let out a long sigh that was full of pleasure, and in the next moment, the entire hall was suddenly filled with a sharp howl. The howl disappeared in an instant, but the high-ranking members of the warrior temple lord who were standing at the side were all shocked. They could clearly feel the ferocity of Long Haochen's right hand when he swung it out. There was no fluctuation of spiritual power, just pure sword will. Who was this young man? You're Long Haochen. The old man in the golden robe finally spoke, and his voice was trembling. Long Haochen was shocked, and only then did he realize that he was surrounded by people. He quickly turned around and happened to meet the old man in the golden robe's emotional gaze. "Senior, you are," Su Zhongliang hurriedly said. "This is the master of our warrior temple, Master Qiu Yonghao." Long Haochen stomped his left foot on the ground, and his right fist knocked on his chest. "Commander level Monster Hunt 60, 4 Commander Long Haochen greets you, Master." Qiu Yonghao had been looking at him for a full hour. "You must be Brother Xinyu's son. You're indeed a young hero. I didn't expect General Ye's sword to recognize you as its master. Can you let us see General Ye's aria of the Goddess of Light first?" He really couldn't wait. "Okay." Long Haochen raised his right hand again, and when the brilliant golden light appeared in front of all the leaders of the warrior temple lord again, they were all stunned, especially the older powerhouses of the warrior temple lord, who couldn't help but cry. Among them, the one who was the most emotional was the master of the warrior temple Qiu Yonghao. Big brother, I finally see your sword again. I finally see it shine again. Big brother, why didn't you listen to me back then? You became a hero of humanity, a hero of the warrior temple, but do you know? I lost you, my good brother, forever." Qiu Yonghao took a step forward and actually held the aria of the goddess of light tightly with both hands and cried bitterly. All the powerhouses of the warrior temple lord once again thinking of the sword in Long Houchen's hand, and gave the highest warrior salute. Feeling their sorrow and nostalgia, Long Houchen's eyes couldn't help but gradually turn red. What was even more shocking was that the aria of the goddess of light in his hand seemed to understand Qiu Yonghao's words, and actually made a slight buzzing sound, as if the sword was also crying. After a long time, Qiu Yonghao gradually recovered from his sorrow, wiping away the snot and tears on his face. This white-haired old man looked at Long Houchen with red and swollen eyes. "Child, did you specially bring General Ye's sword back? I thank you on behalf of the warrior temple." Long Houchen nodded lightly and said, "Temple Lord, please restrain your grief. It was only by coincidence that I was able to let the divine sword shine once more, but it is far too precious to the warrior temple. Therefore, although I obtain the sword's recognition as its master, I must obtain the permission of you and the seniors of the warrior temple lord before I can use it as my weapon. I promise you and everyone here that I will not let Senior Ye's sword be covered in dust in my hands." Qiu Yonghao slightly paused. Although he was very emotional, there was still a hidden meaning in his words just now. He said that Long Houchen would return the sword, and not to show it. This meant that he wanted to take back the aria of the goddess of light. But Long Houchen didn't respond, and instead firmly expressed his attitude towards the sword, as well as the fact that it had recognized him as its master. "Long Houchen, then why did you come today?" Qiu Yonghao asked lightly. Long Houchen said respectfully, "I came today for 3 matters, the most important one of which requires the consent of you and the warrior temple. Although I can't keep the sword, I hope to be able to leave Senior Ye's sword intent in the warrior temple lord, because it should belong to the warrior temple lord." Qiu Yonghao was slightly stunned. "Leave Senior Ye's sword intent? What do you want to do?" He was getting more and more curious about this young man. Of course, deep in his heart, he naturally hoped to be able to keep the aria of the goddess of light. However, he was very clear about Long Houchen's position in the Knights Templars. Han Qiu had said that this kid was the only heir of the Knights Templars, and also the future Temple Lord of the Knights Templars. It was impossible to force him to leave the sword. Not to mention, his father was not easy to deal with. Long Houchen looked at the statue of Yi Wushang and said in a deep voice, "Temple Lord, if you agree, I hope to leave my suggestion on this statue, so that in the future, every powerhouse in the warrior temple lord can see it and even learn something from it. This is also the only thing I can do for the warrior temple lord." If Long Houchen said this as soon as they met, Qiu Yonghao would definitely have a bad opinion of this young man. These words were too arrogant. Back then, there were so many powerhouses in the warrior temple lord, but none of them were able to carve out Senior Ye's sword intent. Although Qiu Yonghao didn't know the exact age of Long Houchen, he could vaguely guess that he was definitely less than 20 years old. However, just now, the sword intent that Long Houchen slashed out with his right hand had greatly shocked Qiu Yonghao. He was completely sure that even if it was Senior Yi at his age, it was impossible for him to have such attainments in swordsmanship. This young man was indeed blessed by the heavens. After pondering for a moment, Qiu Yonghao slowly turned around, faced the group of warrior temple lord, and said in a deep voice, "What do you think?" An old man who looked to be about the same age as Qiu Yonghao said in a deep voice, "This is not appropriate. Senior Ye's statue has been standing for hundreds of years. How can it be touched so easily? This is not something we can decide. If the statue is damaged, we won't be able to answer to the millions of warriors in the Temple Lord." Su Zhongliang said, "Temple Lord, Deputy Temple Lord, I think we should let him try. Long Houchen was able to inherit Senior Ye's divine sword. This in itself shows that the divine sword has acknowledged him, and only he can have some understanding of Senior Ye's sword intent. No." The old man who was addressed as Deputy Temple Lord said resolutely, "What if he fails?" Can we afford this kind of loss? We must first consider the worst consequences before doing anything. Only when we can bear the worst outcome can we take action. There is no doubt that this old man could be considered as a conservative in the warrior temple lord. Next, the group of experts in the warrior temple lord expressed their opinions. Most of them did not want to let Long Haochin modify Yi Wushang's statue. Of course, it was not that they did not want Senior Ye's sword intent to reappear. It was just that Long Haochin was really too young. In their eyes, this successor of Senior Ye's divine sword was still just a child. How could they feel at ease leaving such an important matter to a child? Looking at everyone's argument, Long Haochin secretly sighed in his heart and said to Qiu Yonghao, "Temple Lord, how about this? I won't directly make a move on Senior Ye's statue. Please find me a big rock. I will try to leave Senior Ye's sword intent on this big rock. However, I can only make a move once, because we are about to leave the Alliance and enter the territory of the demons to carry out our mission." He had to do this. The fundamental purpose of Long Haochin coming here was to obtain the warrior temple lord's recognition of him possessing the aria of the goddess of light. At the same time, he also wanted to repay the warrior temple. After all, if he did not give an explanation to the warrior temple lord, there would definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. He wanted to leave the sword intent in the warrior temple lord to prove that he was qualified to control this divine sword. Qiu Yonghao nodded and said, "In that case, we can only do so. However, Long Haochin, I have a presumptuous request. You also know that the aria of the goddess of light is too important to the warrior temple lord. If possible, we still hope that the divine sword can stay in the warrior temple lord. You can ask for any conditions. As long as it is within our ability, we will definitely satisfy you." Qiu Yonghao could also see that if he did not say it directly, Long Haochin would definitely not leave the divine sword behind. However, this was not surprising. If it was anyone else, they would probably do the same. After all, this was a powerful divine sword. Although Qiu Yonghao could see that the divine sword in Long Haochin's hands could not fully restore its former glory, it was still a powerful, legendary weapon. It would not be easy for anyone who had such a divine sword to take it out. Long Haochin looked at Qiu Yonghao, but shook his head and said, "Temple Lord, I can't. The aria of the goddess of light has recognized me as its master, and only I can use it. I think that Senior Knight also does not want to see the divine sword stay in the dark room. I will take it with me to run amok among the demons and kill strong enemies. Only by drinking the blood of the demons can this divine sword truly regain its light and recondense its sword soul. So, I can only refuse you." Qiu Yonghao said in a deep voice, "What if I use an epic equipment to exchange with you? It is also of the light attribute." Long Haochin's heart trembled. Of course, he knew what an epic equipment meant. It should be known that in the current era, people who possessed an epic equipment were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. The reason why the Knights Templars had always been the leader of the 6 great temples was because the Knights Templars possessed a godly weapon, the Throne of God. However, the Warrior Temple did not have a single godly weapon. Epic equipment was already the strongest weapon the Warrior Temple could offer. According to Long Haochin's knowledge, the Warrior Temple did not have more than 5 pieces of epic equipment. Without a doubt, any piece of epic equipment could increase his strength to a whole new level. This was undoubtedly a huge temptation. However, Long Haochin still shook his head. "I'm sorry, Temple Lord. To me, this divine sword is even more important than a godly weapon. Using it in battle will allow me to experience Senior Knight's glory in the past. Whether it is the improvement of my strength or the tempering of my willpower, it is extraordinary. Moreover, as I said earlier, with this divine sword, I will make it shine as brightly as it did in the past. Young man, you are too arrogant." The elderly deputy temple lord took 2 steps forward and arrived beside Qiu Yonghao. An enormous pressure enveloped Long Houchin like a mountain. Everyone present was a powerhouse from the warrior temple. Although they could not actually attack Long Houchin, they could still put some pressure on him. Facing the sudden pressure, Long Houchin's expression remained unchanged. He straightened his back and said respectfully, "This junior does not feel that I am arrogant. I am merely stating a fact. Otherwise, I would not have appeared in the warrior temple. If I had only used the aria of the goddess of light in battle against the demons, I am afraid that the warrior temple would not have discovered that I am the owner of this divine sword. Today, I have come with absolute sincerity." Chiu Yonghao waved his hand, blocking the pressure released by the old man. He was inwardly shocked. It must be known that even if Long Houchin really relied on his own cultivation to become the captain of a commander-grade demon hunt squad, he would only be at the 6th step. Facing the powerful pressure of a 9th-step powerhouse, he was still able to speak with confidence and composure. This was not something an ordinary person could do. "Houchin, how about this? You said earlier that you are willing to accept the test of our warrior temple. Since we are of the same family, we will naturally not send anyone to spar with you. According to what you said, if you can leave behind the Knight Marshal's sword and tent on a rock, it will prove that you have the right to use this divine sword. Otherwise, you can leave the divine sword behind, and we will still be willing to give you an epic-grade equipment." If it was any other equipment, Chiu Yonghao would definitely not be like this. This was already somewhat of a bully. However, the aria of the goddess of light was too important to the warrior temple. Even if it was left behind and no one could use it, it would still be good. Long Houchin looked at Chiu Yonghao's burning gaze and took a deep breath. "All right, I promise you. However, if I can't do it, I will leave the divine sword behind. But I don't want an epic-grade equipment from your warrior temple. Please bring the rock over." He could understand the anxiety of these experts from the warrior temple. However, under the pressure of the crowd, Long Houchin's pride had been ignited. "I will prove to you that I have the right to wield the divine sword." Chiu Yonghao's eyes revealed an apologetic look as he turned around and gave a few orders. Naturally, someone went to carry it out. The elderly deputy temple master also left in a hurry. Long Houchin did not continue the conversation with Chiu Yonghao. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and entered a meditative state under the watchful eyes of so many people. The entire process was as natural as water flowing when the conditions were right. Almost as soon as he sat down, he was like an old monk in meditation, or like a solid rock. This kid's future was bound to be extraordinary. Chiu Yonghao could not help but admire him again, and was even a little jealous of the Knights Templars. To have such achievements at such a young age, this Long Houchin would definitely be a mainstay of the Knights Templars in the future. If his development went smoothly, then the Knights Templars would have another amazing genius. He might even surpass his father. Long Xingwu became a Knight of the Seal in his 40s. What about him? How old would he be when he fused with the throne of God? 40 years old? Or less than 40 years old? Not long after, more than 10 experts from the warrior temple carried a giant rock into the hall. Seeing this giant rock, Chiu Yonghao's expression changed, and he gave the deputy temple master a questioning look. The deputy temple master nodded at him seriously, and his lips moved as if he was saying something. Chiu Yonghao hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. When he looked at Long Houchin, who was in a meditative state again, the apologetic look in his eyes deepened. This giant rock was oval in shape, and it was slightly bigger at the bottom. It was completely black, but it emitted a special aura. It was calm and deep. It did not look like a rock, but more like a deep cave. It had a history. It was a meteorite that the warrior temple had obtained from outer space. It was extremely hard. Even a Radiance-grade equipment would have a hard time leaving a mark on it. A legendary-grade equipment would also need to inject a large amount of spiritual energy to cut it. Moreover, this meteorite's spiritual energy conductivity was comparable to that of adamantine, and its hardness was far beyond that of adamantine. It was just that no master alchemist had the confidence to forge it into a piece of equipment, so it had always been kept in the warrior temple's treasury. Today, they actually took this meteorite out. Their goal was undoubtedly to make things difficult for Long Houchen. Even if he had the ability to leave behind sword intent, he would need to have the cultivation to cut this meteorite. That was not something that could be done with just a little bit of spiritual energy. As if sensing that the giant rock was in place, Long Houchen slowly opened his eyes. His gaze fell directly on the 3-meter-tall meteorite, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Chiao Yonghao coughed and said, "Since we want to leave behind Marshal Ye's sword intent, of course we want it to be passed down through the ages. That's why we took out the best material. Long Houchen, do you think this meteorite will do? If it doesn't work, we'll switch to another one." He was really a little embarrassed. He had lived for more than 100 years, but he had to scheme against a teenager. If the higher-ups of the Knights Templars found out about this, he would really be too ashamed to face anyone. Therefore, he settled for the next best thing, which was to ask Long Houchen if he was willing to change the rock. However, to Chiao Yonghao's surprise, Long Houchen shook his head and said, "There's no need to change it. I'll take this one. However, I have a small request. Since we're using this meteorite to carve, can you give me the scrap that I cut off?" "Sure. However, that's under the condition that you're able to leave behind the sword intent." The elderly deputy spoke first, as if he was afraid that Long Houchen would go back on his word. However, they did not know that it was not Long Houchen's first time seeing this meteorite. His father, Long Xingwu, also had a piece of it. Therefore, he knew very well how hard the meteorite was. Back then, Long Xingwu had told Long Houchen that there was a treasure in the warrior temple, which was this meteorite. If it could be refined or integrated into a piece of equipment, even if it was just a small piece, it could improve the quality of the equipment. The effect was even more obvious when it was used on a weapon. Long Houchen stood up slowly and walked toward the meteorite. He had never carved anything before, and he had no knowledge about carving at all. However, what he wanted to do today was not to carve any form, but to leave behind the sword intent. That was a completely different concept. Long Houchen only stopped when he was 5 meters away from the meteorite. He stood there and stared at the meteorite that was emitting a profound aura. Nobody interrupted him, and they just watched in silence. Chiao Yonghao's emotions were very complicated. He did not even know if he should hope for Long Houchen to succeed or fail. However, whether he succeeded or failed, it would not be a bad thing for the warrior temple. "I need the help of a mount and a spiritual stove," Long Houchen said calmly. He did not even turn around. Chiao Yonghao said, "Of course." Long Houchen nodded and pointed his left hand to his side. Suddenly, a purple light flashed, and a huge creature appeared in everyone's sight. Hao Yue's shock was quite strong. Its 10-meter-long body was like a small hill, and what was more peculiar were its 4 big heads with different horns. After appearing next to Long Houchen, it suddenly looked very imposing. With their necks straightened, Little Light, Little Fire, Little Green, and Little Blue looked at the people in the warrior temple at the same time, with a kind of arrogance. "What kind of mount is this?" Chiao Yonghao and the deputy temple master next to him looked at each other in shock. They had never seen such a magical beast before. Although the spiritual energy waves emitted by this magical beast were not very strong to them, it seemed to have a special quality. Even if it looked arrogant, it still gave people a feeling that it was only natural. At this moment, a low chanting sound began to come from Hao Yue's 4 big heads, and they made a very strange posture. Only Little Light's neck was straight, while the other 3 heads were crouching down, attached to Little Light's neck, and looked up at Little Light as they continued chanting. Immediately, the 4 elements of wind, fire, water, and light fluctuated violently from Hao Yue's body. A magical beast of 4 elements. Su Zhongliang could not help but exclaim in a low voice. Chiao Yonghao's gaze immediately became even more serious. he suddenly felt a little regretful. He regretted making things difficult for this child. Long Houchin wasn't wrong. If he hadn't come today, the warrior temple wouldn't even have been able to see the aria of the goddess of light. This child had come with good intentions, yet he was treated like this by them. However, on the other side was the aria of the goddess of light. For the first time, Chiao Yonghao felt that he was in such a difficult position. At this moment, Long Houchin moved. Brilliant golden light suddenly shone from his back, and 4 spiritual wings spread out at the same time, valiantly absorbing the light elements in the air. At the same time, Long Houchin raised his right hand, and the aria of the goddess of light appeared in his grasp again. An even more bizarre scene was yet to come. A golden figure seemed to have stepped out from Long Houchin's body, and when he spread his 4 wings, the golden figure also appeared in everyone's sight. A golden battle dress, a golden staff, beautiful golden hair, and 6 transparent golden wings. More importantly, she actually had the same substance and height as a human, and only a pair of pointy little ears revealed her origins. Ancient elves. The elderly deputy temple master could not help but exclaim. For decades, he had been the authority in researching ancient elves in the warrior temple. However, he had never seen what real ancient elves looked like. When Yuting appeared in front of everyone, everything was exactly the same as the ancient elves in his imagination. How could he not be surprised? No, this is an elemental elf. Chiao Yonghao was the deputy temple master of the warrior temple after all, and his perception was also the strongest. However, after refuting his old friend's words, he was also shocked. Although he could feel that this was an elemental elf. Who had ever seen an elemental elf that looked like an ancient elf? Long Houchin, how much more shock do you want to bring us before you are willing to give up? This time, not only did Chiao Yonghao regret, but even the deputy temple master, who had always been very tough, felt a little remorseful.